Part 1 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, 15 April 2015. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, 15 April 2015, by Various. Part 1. O Captain, My Captain. Poem by Walt Whitman. O Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wrack, the prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow eyes the steady keel, the vessel grim and daring. But, O heart, 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 O the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen cold and dead. O Captain, my Captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung, for you the bugle trills. For you bouquets and ribboned wreaths, for you the shores a-crowding, for you they call, the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Hear, Captain, dear father, this arm beneath your head. It is some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead. My captain does not answer, his lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm, he has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored safe and sound, its voyage closed and done. From fearful trip the victor ship comes in with object won. Exult, O shores, and ring, O bells! But I, with mournful tread, walk the deck my captain lies, fallen cold and dead. End of Part 1. Part 2 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. When Lilacs Last in the Dooryard Bloomed. Poem by Walt Whitman. Strophe 1. When lilacs last in the dooryard bloomed, and the great star early drooped in the western sky in the night, I mourned, and yet shall mourn with ever-returning spring. Ever-returning spring, Trinity sure to me you bring, lilac blooming perennial, and drooping star in the west, and thought of him I love. Strophe 2. O powerful western fallen star, O shades of night, O moody tearful night, O great star disappeared, O the black murk that hides the star, O cruel hands that hold me powerless, O helpless soul of me, O harsh surrounding cloud that will not free my soul. Strophe 3. In the dooryard fronting an old farmhouse near the whitewashed palings stands the lilac bush, tall growing, with heart-shaped leaves of rich green, with many a pointed blossom rising delicate with the perfume strong I love. With every leaf a miracle, and from this bush in the dooryard, with delicate colored blossoms and heart-shaped leaves of rich green, a sprig with its flower I break. Strophe 4. In the swamp, in secluded recesses, a shy and hidden bird is warbling a song. Solitary the thrush, the hermit withdrawn to himself, avoiding the settlements, sings by himself a song, song of the bleeding throat, death's outlet song of life, for well, dear brother, I know, if thou wast not granted to sing, thou wouldst surely die. Strophe 5. Over the breast of the spring, the land amid cities, amid lanes and through old woods, where lately the violets peeped from the ground, spotting the grey debris, amid the grass in the fields, each side of the lanes, passing the endless grass, passing the yellow-speared wheat, every grain from its shroud in the dark brown fields uprisen, passing the apple-tree blows of white and pink in the orchards, carrying a corpse to where it shall rest in the grave, night and day journeys a coffin. Strophe 6. Coffin that passes through the lanes and streets, through day and night, with the great cloud darkening the land, with the pomp of the in-looped flags, with the cities draped in black, with the show of the states themselves as of crape-veiled women standing, with processions long and winding and the flambeaux of the night, with the countless torches lit, with the silent sea of faces and the unbared heads, with the waiting depot, the arriving coffin, and the sombre faces, with dirges through the night, with the thousand voices rising strong and solemn, with all the mournful voices of the dirges poured around the coffin, the dim-lit churches and the shuddering organs, where amid these you journey, with the tolling bells' perpetual clang, here, coffin that slowly passes, I give you my sprig of lilac. Strophe 7. Nor for you, for one alone, blossoms and branches green to coffins all I bring. For fresh as the morning, thus would I chant a song for you, O sane and sacred death. All over bouquets of roses, O death, I cover you over with roses and early lilies, but mostly and now the lilac that blooms the first. Copious I break the sprigs from the bushes, with loaded arms I come, pouring for you and the coffins, all of you, O death. Strophe 8. O western orb sailing the heaven, now I know what you must have meant as a month since as I walked in silence the transparent shadowy night, as I saw you had something to tell, as you bent to me night after night, as you drooped from the sky low down as if to my side, while the other stars all looked on, as we wandered together the solemn night, for something I know not what kept me from sleep. As the night advanced and I saw on the rim of the west how full you were of woe, as I stood on the rising ground in the breeze in the cool transparent night, as I watched where you passed and was lost in the netherward black of the night, as my soul in its trouble dissatisfied sank, as where you, sad orb, concluded, dropped in the night and was gone. Strophe 9. Sing on there in the swamp, O singer, bashful and tender, I hear your notes, I hear your call, I come presently, I understand you, but a moment I linger, for the lustrous star has detained me, the star, my departing comrade, holds and detains me. Strophe 10. O how shall I warble myself for the dead one there I loved? And how shall I deck my song for the large sweet soul that has gone? And what shall my perfume be for the grave of him I love? Sea winds blown from east and west, blown from the eastern sea and blown from the western sea, till there on the prairies meeting, these and with these and the breath of my chant, I'll perfume the grave of him I love. Strophe 11. O what shall I hang on the chamber walls, and what shall the pictures be that I hang on the walls, to adorn the burial house of him I love? Pictures of growing spring and farms and homes, with the 4th month eve at sundown, and the grey smoke lucid and bright, with floods of the yellow gold of the gorgeous, indolent, sinking sun, burning, expanding the air, with the fresh, sweet herbage underfoot, and the pale green leaves of the trees prolific. In the distance the flowing glades, the breast of the river, with a wind dapple here and there, with ranging hills on the banks, with many a line against the sky and shadows, and the city at hand, with dwellings so dense, and stacks of chimneys, and all the scenes of life, and the workshops, and the workmen homeward returning. Strophe 12. Lo, body and soul, this land, my own Manhattan, with spires and the sparkling and hurrying tides, and the ships, the varied and ample land, the South and the North in the light, Ohio's shores and flashing Missouri, and ever the far-spreading prairies covered with grass and corn. Lo, the most excellent sun, so calm and haughty, the violet and purple morn with just felt breezes, the gentle, soft-born, measureless light, the miracle, spreading, bathing all, the fulfilled noon, the coming eve delicious, the welcome night, and the stars, over my cities shining all, enveloping man and land. Strophe 13. Sing on, you gray-brown bird, sing from the swamps, the recesses, pour your chant from the bushes, limitless out of the dusk, out of the cedars and pines. Sing on, dearest brother, warble your reedy song, loud human song with voice of uttermost woe. O liquid and free and tender, O wild and loose to my soul, O wondrous singer, you only I hear. Yet the star holds me, but will soon depart, yet the lilac with mastering odor holds me. Strophe 14. Now while I sat in the day and looked forth, in the close of the day, with its light and the fields of spring and the farmers preparing their crops, in the large unconscious scenery of my land, with its lakes and forests, in the heavenly aerial beauty, after the perturbed winds and the storms, under the arching heavens of the afternoon's swift passing, and the voices of children and women, the many moving sea tides, and I saw the ships how they sailed, and the summer approaching with richness, and the fields all busy with labor, and the infinite separate houses, how they all went on, each with its meal and minutiae of daily usages, and the streets, how their throbbings throbbed, and the cities pent, lo, then and there, falling upon them all, and among them all, enveloping me with the rest, appeared the cloud, appeared the long black trail, and I knew death, its thought and the sacred knowledge of death. Then with the knowledge of death as walking one side of me, and the thought of death close walking the other side of me, and I in the middle, as with companions, and as holding the hands of companions, I fled forth to the hiding, receiving night that talks not, down to the shores of the water, the path by the swamp in the dimness, to the solemn, shadowy cedars, and ghostly pines so still. And the singer so shy to the rest received me, the gray-brown bird, I know, received us comrades three, and he sang the carol of death, and a verse for him I love. From deep secluded recesses, from the fragrant cedars and the ghostly pines so still, came the carol of the bird. And the charm of the carol wrapped me, as I held as if by their hands my comrades in the night, and the voice of my spirit tallied the song of the bird. Come, lovely and soothing death, undulate round the world, serenely arriving, in the day, in the night, to all, to each, sooner or later, delicate death. Praised be the fathomless universe, for life and joy, and for objects and knowledge curious, and for love, sweet love, but praise, 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 for the sure enwinding arms of cool enfolding death. Dark mother, always gliding near with soft feet, have none chanted for thee a chant of fullest welcome? Then I chant it for thee, I glorify thee above all, I bring thee a song, that when thou must indeed come, come unfalteringly. Approach, strong deliveress, when it is so, when thou hast taken them, I joyously sing the dead, lost in the loving floating ocean of thee, laved in the flood of thy bliss, O death. From me to thee glad serenades, dances for thee I propose, saluting thee, adornments and feastings for thee, and the sights of the open landscape, and the high spread sky are fitting, and life, and the fields, and the huge and thoughtful night. The night, in silence under many a star, the ocean shore, and the husky whispering wave whose voice I know, and the soul turning to thee, O vast and well-veiled death, and the body gratefully nestling close to thee. Over the tree-tops I float thee a song, over the rising and sinking waves, over the myriad fields and the prairies wide, over the dense-packed cities all, and the teeming wharves and ways, I float this carol with joy to thee, O death. Strophe 15. To the tally of my soul, loud and strong, kept up the grey-brown bird, with pure deliberate notes spreading, filling the night. Loud in the pines and cedars dim, clear in the freshness moist and the swamp perfume, and I with my comrades there in the night, while my sight that was bound in my eyes unclosed, as to long panoramas of visions. And I saw askant the armies, I saw as in noiseless dreams hundreds of battle flags, borne through the smoke of the battles, and pierced with missiles I saw them, and carried hither and yon through the smoke, and torn and bloody, and at last but a few shreds left on the staffs, and all in silence, and the staffs all splintered and broken. I saw battle corpses, myriads of them, and the white skeletons of young men. I saw them. I saw the debris of all the slain soldiers of the war. But I saw they were not as was thought. They themselves were fully at rest. They suffered not. The living remained and suffered. The mother suffered, and the wife and the child and the musing comrades suffered, and the armies that remained suffered. Strophe 16. Passing the visions, passing the night, passing unloosing the hold of my comrades' hands, passing the song of the hermit bird, and the tallying song of my soul, victorious song, death's outlet song, yet varying, ever-altering song, as low and wailing, yet clear the notes, rising and falling, flooding the night, sadly sinking and fainting, as warning, and yet again bursting with joy, covering the earth and filling the spread of the heaven, as that powerful psalm in the night I heard from recesses, passing, I leave thee, lilac, with heart-shaped leaves, I leave thee there in the dooryard, blooming, returning with spring. I cease from my song for thee, from my gaze on thee in the west, fronting the west, communing with thee, O comrade lustrous, with silver face in the night. Yet each to keep and all, retrievements out of the night, the song, the wondrous chant of the grey-brown bird, and the tallying chant, the echo roused in my soul, with the lustrous and drooping star, with the countenance full of woe, with the holders holding my hand, hearing the call of the bird, comrades mine, and I in the midst, and their memory ever to keep, for the dead I love so well, for the sweetest, wisest soul of all my days and lands, and this for his dear sake, lilac and star and bird, twined with the chant of my soul, there in the fragrant pines and the cedars dusk and dim. End of Part 2. Part 3 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, Lincoln's Last Hours, 1909 Address to the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States. Essay by Charles A. Leale, M.D. Commander and Companions of the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States. At the historic pageant in Washington, when the remains of President Lincoln were being taken from the White House to the Capitol, a carriage immediately preceding the catafalque was assigned to me. Outside were the crowds, the martial music, but inside the carriage I was plunged in deep self-communion until aroused by a gentle tap at the window of my carriage door. An officer of high rank put his head inside and exclaimed, "Dr. Leale, I would rather have done what you did to prolong the life of the President than to have accomplished my duties during the entire war." I shrank back at what he said, and for the first time realized the importance of it all. As soon as I returned to my private office in the hospital, I drew down the window shade, locked the door, threw myself prostrate on the bare wood floor, and asked for advice. The answer came as distinctly as if spoken by a human being present: "Forget it all." I visited our Surgeon General, Joseph K. Barnes, and asked his advice. He also said, "Cast it from your memory." On April 17, 1865, a New York newspaper reporter called at my army tent. I invited him in and expressed my desire to forget all the recent sad events and to occupy my mind with the exacting present and plans for the future. Recently, several of our companions expressed the conviction that history now demands, and that it is my duty to give, the detailed facts of President Lincoln's death as I know them, and in compliance with their request, I, this evening, for the first time, will read a paper on the subject. Lincoln's Last Hours. One of the most cruel wars in the history of the world had nearly closed. The people of the United States were rejoicing at the prospect of peace and returning happiness. President Lincoln, after the surrender of General Robert E. Lee, visited Richmond, Virginia, exposing himself to great danger, and on his return delivered an address from the balcony of the White House. I was then a commissioned officer in the medical department of the United States Army, having been appointed from my native state, New York, and was on duty as surgeon in charge of the Wounded Commissioned Officers Ward at the United States Army General Hospital, Armory Square, Washington, District of Columbia, where my professional duties were of the greatest importance and required constant and arduous attention. For a brief relief and a few moments in the fresh air, I started one evening for a short walk on Pennsylvania Avenue. There were crowds walking toward the President's residence. These I followed and arrived just at the commencement of President Lincoln's last public address to his people. From where I stood I could distinctly hear every word he uttered, and I was profoundly impressed with his divine appearance as he stood in the rays of light which penetrated the windows of the White House. The influence thus produced gave me an intense desire again to behold his face and study the characteristics of the Savior of his country. Therefore, on the evening of April 14, 1865, after the completion of my daily hospital duties, I told my ward master that I would be absent for a short time. As a very large number from the army stationed near Washington frequently visited the city, a general order was in force that none should be there without a special pass, and all wearing uniform and out at night were subject to frequent challenge. To avoid this inconvenience, officers stationed in Washington generally removed all signs of their calling when off duty. I changed to civilian's dress and hurried to Ford's Theater, where I had been told President Lincoln, General Grant, and members of the Cabinet were to be present to see the play, Our American Cousin. I arrived late at the theater, 8:15 p.m., and requested a seat in the orchestra, whence I could view the occupants of the President's box, which, on looking into the theater, I saw had been beautifully decorated with American flags in honor of the occasion. As the building was crowded, the last place vacant was in the dress circle. I was greatly disappointed, but accepted this seat, which was near the front on the same side and about 40 feet from the President's box, and soon became interested in the pleasing play. Suddenly there was a cheering welcome. The acting ceased temporarily out of respect to the entering presidential party. Many in the audience rose to their feet in enthusiasm and vociferously cheered while looking around. Turning, I saw in the aisle a few feet behind me President Lincoln, Mrs. Lincoln, Major Rathbone, and Miss Harris. Mrs. Lincoln smiled very happily in acknowledgment of the loyal greeting, gracefully curtsied several times, and seemed to be overflowing with good cheer and thankfulness. I had the best opportunity to distinctly see the full face of the President as the light shone directly upon him. After he had walked a few feet, he stopped for a moment, looked upon the people he loved, and acknowledged their salutations with a solemn bow. His face was perfectly stoical, his deep-set eyes gave him a pathetically sad appearance. The audience seemed to be enthusiastically cheerful, but he alone looked peculiarly sorrowful as he slowly walked with bowed head and drooping shoulders toward the box. I was looking at him as he took his last walk. The memory of that scene has never been effaced. The party was preceded by a special usher, who opened the door of the box, stood to one side, and after all had entered, closed the door and took a seat outside, where he could guard the entrance to the box. The play was resumed, and my attention was concentrated on the stage until I heard a disturbance at the door of the President's box. With many others I looked in that direction, and saw a man endeavoring to persuade the reluctant usher to admit him. At last he succeeded in gaining an entrance, after which the door was closed, and the usher resumed his place. For a few moments all was quiet, and the play again held my attention, until suddenly the report of a pistol was heard, and a short time after I saw a man in mid-air leaping from the President's box to the stage, brandishing in his hand a drawn dagger. His spur caught in the American flag festooned in front of the box, causing him to stumble when he struck the stage, and fell on his hands and knees. He quickly regained the erect posture and hopped across the stage, flourishing his dagger, clearing the stage before him and dragging the foot of the leg, which was subsequently found to be broken. He disappeared behind the scene on the opposite side of the stage. Then followed cries that the President had been murdered, interspersed with cries of "Kill the murderer," "Shoot him," etc., from different parts of the building. The lights had been turned down, a general gloom was over all, and the panic-stricken audience were rushing toward the doors for exit and safety. I instantly arose, and in response to cries for help and for a surgeon, I crossed the aisle and vaulted over the seats in a direct line to the President's box, forcing my way through the excited crowd. The door of the box had been securely fastened on the inside to prevent anyone following the assassin before he had accomplished his cruel object and made his escape. The obstruction was with difficulty removed, and I was the first to be admitted to the box. The usher, having been told that I was an army surgeon, had lifted up his arm and had permitted me alone to enter. I passed in, not in the slightest degree knowing what I had to encounter. At this moment, while in self-communion, the military command "Halt" came to me, and in obedience to it I stood still in the box, having a full view of the 4 other occupants. Then came the advice "Be calm," and with the calmest deliberation and force of will I brought all my senses to their greatest activity, and walked forward to my duty. Major Rathbone had bravely fought the assassin. His arm had been severely wounded and was bleeding. He came to me holding his wounded arm in the hand of the other, beseeching me to attend to his wound. I placed my hand under his chin. Looking into his eyes, an almost instantaneous glance revealed the fact that he was in no immediate danger, and in response to appeals from Mrs. Lincoln and Miss Harris, who were standing by the high-backed armchair in which President Lincoln sat, I went immediately to their assistance, saying I was a United States Army surgeon. I grasped Mrs. Lincoln's outstretched hand in mine, while she cried piteously to me, "Oh, doctor, is he dead? Can he recover? Will you take charge of him? Do what you can for him. Oh, my dearest husband," etc., etc. I soothingly answered that we would do all that possibly could be done. While approaching the President, I asked a gentleman who was at the door of the box to procure some brandy and another to get some water. As I looked at the President, he appeared to be dead. His eyes were closed and his head had fallen forward. He was being held upright in his chair by Mrs. Lincoln, who was weeping bitterly. From his crouched down sitting posture, it was evident that Mrs. Lincoln had instantly sprung to his aid after he had been wounded, and had kept him from tumbling to the floor. By Mrs. Lincoln's courage, strength, and energy, the President was maintained in his upright position during all the time that elapsed, while Major Rathbone had bravely fought the assassin and removed the obstruction from the door of the box. I placed my finger on the President's right radial pulse, but could perceive no movement of the artery. For the purpose of reviving him, if possible, we removed him from his chair to a recumbent position on the floor of the box, and as I held his head and shoulders while doing this, my hand came in contact with a clot of blood near his left shoulder. Remembering the flashing dagger in the hand of the assassin, and the severely bleeding wound of Major Rathbone, I supposed the President had been stabbed, and while kneeling on the floor over his head, with my eyes continuously watching the President's face, I asked a gentleman to cut the coat and shirt open from the neck to the elbow, to enable me, if possible, to check the hemorrhage that I thought might take place from the subclavian artery or some other blood vessel. This was done with a dirk knife, but no wound was found there. I lifted his eyelids and saw evidence of a brain injury. I quickly passed the separated fingers of both hands through his blood-matted hair to examine his head, and I discovered his mortal wound. The President had been shot in the back part of the head, behind the left ear. I easily removed the obstructing clot of blood from the wound, and this relieved the pressure on the brain. The assassin of President Lincoln had evidently carefully planned to shoot to produce instant death, as the wound he made was situated within 2 inches of the physiological point of selection when instant death is desired. A Derringer pistol had been used, which had sent a large round ball on its awful mission through one of the thickest, hardest parts of the skull and into the brain. The history of surgery fails to record a recovery from such a fearful wound, and I have never seen or heard of any other person with such a wound, and injury to the sinus of the brain and to the brain itself, who lived even for an hour. As the President did not then revive, I thought of the other mode of death, apnea, and assumed my preferred position to revive by artificial respiration. I knelt on the floor over the President with a knee on each side of his pelvis and facing him. I leaned forward, opened his mouth, and introduced 2 extended fingers of my right hand as far back as possible, and by pressing the base of his paralyzed tongue downward and outward, opened his larynx and made a free passage for air to enter the lungs. I placed an assistant at each of his arms to manipulate them in order to expand his thorax, then slowly to press the arms down by the side of the body, while I pressed the diaphragm upward, methods which caused air to be drawn in and forced out of his lungs. During the intermissions I also, with the strong thumb and fingers of my right hand, by intermittent sliding pressure under and beneath the ribs, stimulated the apex of the heart, and resorted to several other physiological methods. We repeated these motions a number of times before signs of recovery from the profound shock were attained. Then a feeble action of the heart and irregular breathing followed. The effects of the shock were still manifest by such great prostration that I was fearful of any extra agitation of the President's body, and became convinced that something more must be done to retain life. I leaned forcibly forward directly over his body, thorax to thorax, face to face, and several times drew in a long breath, then forcibly breathed directly into his mouth and nostrils, which expanded his lungs and improved his respiration. After waiting a moment, I placed my ear over his thorax and found the action of the heart improving. I arose to the erect kneeling posture, then watched for a short time, and saw that the President could continue independent breathing, and that instant death would not occur. I then pronounced my diagnosis and prognosis. His wound is mortal. It is impossible for him to recover. This message was telegraphed all over the country. When the brandy and water arrived, I very slowly poured a small quantity into the President's mouth, and this was swallowed and retained. Many looked on during these earnest efforts to revive the President, but not once did any one suggest a word or in any way interfere with my actions. Mrs. Lincoln had thrown the burden on me, and sat near by looking on. In the dimly lighted box of the theatre, so beautifully decorated with American flags, a scene of historic importance was being enacted. On the carpeted floor lay prostrate the President of the United States. His long, outstretched, athletic body of 6 feet 4 inches appeared unusually heroic. His bleeding head rested on my white linen handkerchief. His clothing was arranged as nicely as possible. He was irregularly breathing, his heart was feebly beating, his face was pale and in solemn repose, his eyelids were closed, his countenance made him appear to be in prayerful communion with the universal God he always loved. I looked down upon him and waited for the next inspiration, which soon came: remove to safety. From the time Mrs. Lincoln had placed the President in my charge, I had not permitted my attention to be diverted. Again I was asked the nature of his wound, and replied in these exact words: "His wound is mortal. It is impossible for him to recover." While I was kneeling over the President on the floor, Dr. Charles S. Taft and Dr. Albert F. A. King had come and offered to render any assistance. I expressed the desire to have the President taken as soon as he had gained sufficient strength to the nearest house on the opposite side of the street. I was asked by several if he could not be taken to the White House, but I responded that if that were attempted, the President would die long before we reached there. While we were waiting for Mr. Lincoln to gain strength, Laura Keene, who had been taking part in the play, appealed to me to allow her to hold the President's head. I granted this request, and she sat on the floor of the box and held his head on her lap. We decided that the President could now be moved from the possibility of danger in the theatre to a house where we might place him on a bed in safety. To assist in this duty I assigned Dr. Taft to carry his right shoulder, Dr. King to carry his left shoulder, and detailed a sufficient number of others, whose names I have never discovered, to assist in carrying the body, while I carried his head, going first. We reached the door of the box and saw the long passage leading to the exit crowded with people. I called out twice, "Guards, clear the passage! Guards, clear the passage!" A free space was quickly cleared by an officer and protected by a line of soldiers in the position of present arms, with swords, pistols, and bayonets. When we reached the stairs, I turned so that those holding the President's feet could descend first. At the door of the theatre I was again asked if the President could be taken to the White House. I answered no, the President would die on the way. The crowd in the street completely obstructed the doorway, and a captain, whose services proved invaluable all through the night, came to me, saying, "Surgeon, give me your commands, and I will see that they are obeyed." I asked him to clear a passage to the nearest house opposite. He had on side arms and drew his sword. With the sword and word of command he cleared the way. We slowly crossed the street. It was necessary to stop several times to give me the opportunity to remove the clot of blood from the opening to the wound. A barrier of men had been formed to keep back the crowds on each side of the open space leading to the house. Those who went ahead reported that the house directly opposite the theatre was closed. I saw a man standing at the door of Mr. Peterson's house, diagonally opposite, holding a lighted candle in his hand and beckoning us to enter. This we did, not having been interrupted in the slightest by the throngs in the street, but a number of the excited populace followed us into the house. The great difficulty of retaining life during this brief time occupied in moving the President from the theatre to Mr. Peterson's house conclusively proved that the President would have died in the street if I had granted the request to take him such a long distance as to the White House. I asked for the best room, and we soon had the President placed in bed. He was lifted to the longitudinal center of the bed and placed on his back. While holding his face upward and keeping his head from rolling to either side, I looked at his elevated knees, caused by his great height. This uncomfortable position grieved me, and I ordered the foot of the bed to be removed. Dr. Taft and Dr. King reported that it was a fixture. Then I requested that it be broken off. As I found this could not satisfactorily be done, I had the President placed diagonally on the bed, and called for extra pillows, and with them formed a gentle inclined plane on which to rest his head and shoulders. His position was then one of repose. The room soon filled with anxious people. I called the officer and asked him to open a window and order all except the medical gentlemen and friends to leave the room. After we had given the President a short rest, I decided to make a thorough physical examination, as I wished to see if he had been wounded in any other part of the body. I requested all except the surgeons to leave the room. The captain reported that my order had been carried out, with the exception of Mrs. Lincoln, to whom he said he did not like to speak. I addressed Mrs. Lincoln, explaining my desire, and she immediately left the room. I examined the President's entire body from his head to his feet, and found no other injury. His lower extremities were very cold, and I sent the hospital steward, who had been of great assistance to us in removing the President from the theatre, to procure bottles of hot water and hot blankets, which were applied. I also sent for a large sinapism, and in a short time one very nicely made was brought. This I applied over the solar plexus and to the anterior surface of his body. We arranged the bedclothes nicely, and I assigned Dr. Taft and Dr. King to keep his head upon the pillows in the most comfortable position, relieving each other in this duty, after which I sent an officer to notify Mrs. Lincoln that she might return to her husband. She came in and sat on a chair placed for her at the head of the bed. As the symptoms indicated renewed brain compression, I again cleared the opening of clotted blood and pushed forward the button of bone, which acted as a valve, permitting an oozing of blood and relieved pressure on the brain. I again saw good results from this action. After doing all that was professionally necessary, I stood aside for a general view and to think what to do next. While thus watching, several army officers anxiously asked if they could in any way assist. I told them my greatest desire then was to send messengers to the White House for the President's son, Captain Robert T. Lincoln, also for the Surgeon General, Joseph K. Barnes, Surgeon D. Willard Bliss, in charge of Armory Square General Hospital, the President's family physician, Dr. Robert K. Stone, and to each member of the President's Cabinet. All these desires of mine were fulfilled. Having been taught in early youth to pay great respect to all religious denominations in regard to their rules concerning the sick or dying, it became my duty as surgeon in charge of the dying President to summon a clergyman to his bedside. Therefore, after inquiring and being informed that the Rev. Dr. Gurley was Mrs. Lincoln's pastor, I immediately sent for him. Then I sent the hospital steward for a Neapolitan probe. No drug or medicine in any form was administered to the President, but the artificial heat and mustard plaster that I had applied warmed his cold body and stimulated his nerves. Only a few were at any time admitted to the room by the officer whom I had stationed at the door, and at all times I had maintained perfect discipline and order. While we were watching and letting nature do her part, Dr. Taft came to me with brandy and water, and asked permission to give some to the President. I objected, stating as my reason that it would produce strangulation. Dr. Taft left the room, and again came to me stating that it was the opinion of others also that it might do good. I replied, "I will grant the request if you will please at first try by pouring only a very small quantity into the President's mouth." This Dr. Taft very carefully did. The liquid ran into the President's larynx, producing laryngeal obstruction and unpleasant symptoms, which took me about half a minute to overcome, but no lasting harm was done. My physiological and practical experience had led to correct conclusions. On the arrival of Dr. Robert K. Stone, who had been the President's family physician during his residence in Washington, I was presented to him as the one who had been in charge since the President was shot. I described the wound and told him all that had been done. He said he approved of my treatment. Surgeon General Joseph K. Barnes' long delay in arriving was due to his going first to the White House, where he expected to find the assassinated President, then to the residence of Secretary Seward and his son, both of whom he found requiring immediate attention, as they had been severely wounded by the attempts of another assassin to kill them. On the arrival of the Surgeon General and Assistant Surgeon General, Charles H. Crane, I reported what we had done and officially detailed to the Surgeon General my diagnosis, stating that whenever the clot was allowed to form over the opening to the wound, the President's breathing became greatly embarrassed. The Surgeon General approved the treatment, and my original plan of treatment was continued in every respect until the President's death. The hospital steward arrived with the Nilotin probe, and an examination was made by the Surgeon General and myself, who introduced the probe to a distance of about 2½ inches, where it came in contact with a foreign substance, which lay across the track of the ball. This was easily passed, and the probe was introduced several inches further, where it again touched a hard substance, at first supposed to be the ball, but as the white porcelain bulb of the probe on its withdrawal did not indicate the mark of lead, it was generally thought to be another piece of loose bone. The probe was introduced the second time, and the ball was supposed to be distinctly felt. After this second exploration, nothing further was done with the wound except to keep the opening free from coagula, which, if allowed to form and remain for a short time, produced signs of increased compression, the breathing became profoundly stertorous and intermittent, the pulse more feeble and irregular. After I had resigned my charge, all that was professionally done for the President was to repeat occasionally my original expedient of relieving the brain pressure by freeing the opening to the wound, and to count the pulse and respirations. The President's position on the bed remained exactly as I had first placed him, with the assistance of Dr. Taft and Dr. King. Captain Robert T. Lincoln came and remained with his father and mother, bravely sustaining himself during the course of the night. On that awful, memorable night, the great War Secretary, the Hon. Edwin M. Stanton, one of the most imposing figures of the 19th century, promptly arrived and recognized at that critical period of our country's history the necessity of a head to our government, and as the President was passing away, established a branch of his War Department in an adjoining room. There he sat, surrounded by his counselors and messengers, pen in hand, writing to General Dix and others. He was soon in communication with many in authority and with the government and army officials. By Secretary Stanton's wonderful ability and power in action, he undoubtedly controlled millions of excited people. He was then the master, and in reality acting President of the United States. During the night Mrs. Lincoln came frequently from the adjoining room, accompanied by a lady friend. At one time Mrs. Lincoln exclaimed, sobbing bitterly, Oh, that my little Taddy might see his father before he died." This was decided not advisable. As Mrs. Lincoln sat on a chair by the side of the bed with her face to her husband's, his breathing became very stertorous, and the loud, unnatural noise frightened her in her exhausted, agonized condition. She sprang up suddenly with a piercing cry and fell fainting to the floor. Secretary Stanton, hearing her cry, came in from the adjoining room, and with raised arms called out loudly, "Take that woman out, and do not let her in again." Mrs. Lincoln was helped up kindly and assisted in a fainting condition from the room. Secretary Stanton's order was obeyed, and Mrs. Lincoln did not see her husband again before he died. As Captain Lincoln was consoling his mother in another room, and as I had promised Mrs. Lincoln to do all I possibly could for her husband, I took the place of kindred and continuously held the President's right hand firmly, with one exception of less than a minute, when my sympathies compelled me to seek the disconsolate wife. I found her reclining in a nearby room, being comforted by her son. Without stopping in my walk, I passed the room where Secretary Stanton sat at his official table, and, returning, took the hand of the dying President in mine, the hand that had signed the Emancipation Proclamation, liberating 4,000,000 slaves. As morning dawned, it became quite evident that the President was sinking, and at several times his pulse could not be counted. 2 or 3 feeble pulsations being noticed, followed by an intermission when not the slightest movements of the artery could be felt. The inspirations became very prolonged and labored, accompanied by a guttural sound. The respirations ceased for some time, and several anxiously looked at their watches until the profound silence was disturbed by a prolonged inspiration, which was followed by a sonorous expiration. During these moments the Surgeon General occupied a chair by the head of the President's bed, and occasionally held his finger over the carotid artery to note its pulsation. Dr. Stone sat at the edge of the foot of the bed, and I stood holding the President's right hand with my extended forefinger on his pulse, being the only one between the bed and the wall, the bed having been drawn out diagonally for that purpose. While we were anxiously watching in profound, solemn silence, the Rev. Dr. Gurley said, "Let us pray," and offered a most impressive prayer. After which we witnessed the last struggle between life and death. At this time my knowledge of physiology, pathology, and psychology told me that the President was totally blind as a result of blood pressure on the brain, as indicated by the paralysis, dilated pupils, protruding and bloodshot eyes, but all the time I acted on the belief that if his sense of hearing or feeling remained, he could possibly hear me when I sent for his son, the voice of his wife when she spoke to him, and that the last sound he heard may have been his pastor's prayer, as he finally committed his soul to God. Knowledge that frequently just before departure recognition and reason return to those who have been unconscious caused me for several hours to hold his right hand firmly within my grasp, to let him in his blindness know, if possible, that he was in touch with humanity and had a friend. The protracted struggle ceased at 20 minutes past 7 o'clock on the morning of April 15, 1865, and I announced that the President was dead. Immediately after death the few remaining in the room knelt around the bed, while the Rev. Dr. Gurley delivered one of the most impressive prayers ever uttered, that our Heavenly Father look down in pity upon the bereaved family and preserve our afflicted and sorrow-stricken country. Then I gently smoothed the President's contracted facial muscles, took 2 coins from my pocket, placed them over his eyelids, and drew a white sheet over the martyr's face. I had been the means, in God's hand, of prolonging the life of President Abraham Lincoln for 9 hours. Every necessary act of love, devotion, skill, and loyalty had been rendered during his helpless hours to the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, to the beloved of millions of people throughout the world. Many reported, anxious in any way to be of service. I accepted their offers to the extent of abundantly filling every want. Of all the people I have met in different parts of the world, I have found that as a class, good Americans are not to be excelled when occasions demand, in strength, endurance, calmness, good judgment, ardent, loyal devotion, and self-sacrificing love. By prolonging the life of President Lincoln, his son Robert, whom I sent for, was enabled to see his father alive. Physicians and surgeons, lawyer and clergymen whom I sent for, visited the President and were given time to deliberate. Members of the Cabinet whom I sent for, with soldiers and sailors and friends, had the opportunity to surround him. Millions of dangerous, excited, and disappointed people were morally dissuaded from acts of discord. The nation was held in suppressed, sympathetic suspense and control, when the people heard that the President was living, though severely wounded and dying. Before the people had time to realize the situation, there was another President of the United States, and the grandeur of the continuity of the Republic was confirmed. After all was over, and as I stood by the side of the covered mortal remains, I thought, "You have fulfilled your promise to the wife. Your duty now is to the many living, suffering, wounded officers committed to your care in your ward at Armory Square General Hospital," and I left the house in deep meditation. In my lonely walk I was aroused from my reveries by the cold, drizzling rain dropping on my bare head. My hat I had left in my seat at the theatre. My clothing was stained with blood. I had not once been seated since I first sprang to the President's aid. I was cold, weary, and sad. The dawn of peace was again clouded. The most cruel war in history had not completely ended. Our long, sorrowing country vividly came before me as I thought how essential it was to have an organization composed of returning officers to guard and protect the officers of state and uphold the Constitution. This great need was simultaneously recognized by others, for on that day, April 15, 1865, there assembled at Philadelphia a few army officers for that purpose and originated the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States. Among the archives of our organization, the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States, we have recorded Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, March 4, 1861 to April 15, 1865. Born February 12, 1809, Hardin, LaRue County, Kentucky. Assassinated April 14, 1865. Died April 15, 1865, at Washington, D.C. Enrolled by special resolution to date from April 15, 1865. I herewith give, in the order in which they arrived, the names of the physicians and surgeons and the clergymen whom I recognized as taking a professional part in the physical, mental, or spiritual welfare of the President from the time he was shot until his death. The first person to enter the box after the President was shot, and who took charge of him at the request of Mrs. Lincoln, was myself, Charles A. Leale, M.D., Assistant Surgeon, United States Volunteers, and the surgeon in charge of the ward containing the wounded commissioned officers in the United States Army General Hospital, Armory Square, Washington, D.C. The next who reported and simultaneously offered their services to me, which were accepted, were Charles S. Taft, M.D., Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army, and Albert F. A. King, M.D., Acting Assistant Surgeon, United States Army. Then, apparently a very long time after we had cared for the President in Mr. Peterson's house, and in response to the numerous messengers whom I had sent, there arrived Robert K. Stone, M.D., Mrs. Lincoln's family physician, Joseph K. Barnes, M.D., Surgeon General, United States Army, Charles H. Crane, M.D., Assistant Surgeon General, United States Army, and the Rev. Dr. Gurley, Mrs. Lincoln's pastor. During the night several other physicians unknown to me called, and through courtesy I permitted some of them to feel the President's pulse, but none of them touched the wound. Later in the forenoon, as I was in the midst of important surgical duties at our hospital, I was notified by my lady nurse that a messenger had called, inviting me to be present at the necropsy. Later a doctor called for the same purpose. I respectfully asked to be excused, as I did not dare to leave the large number of severely wounded, expecting my usual personal care. I was fearful that the shock of hearing of the sudden death of the President might cause trouble in their depressed, painful conditions. One of my patients was profoundly depressed. He said to me, "Doctor, all we have fought for is gone. Our country is destroyed, and I want to die." This officer the day before was safely recovering from an amputation. I called my lady nurse. "Please closely watch Lieutenant . Cheer him as much as possible, and give him 2 ounces of wine every 2 hours," etc., etc. This brave soldier received the greatest kindness and skilled care, but he would not rally from the shock, and died in a short time. Among my relics I have a photograph taken a few days later in full staff uniform as I appeared at the Obsequies. The crape has never been removed from my sword. I have my cuff stained with the martyr's blood, also my card of invitation to the funeral service held on Wednesday, April 19, which I attended, having been assigned a place at the head of the coffin at the White House, and a carriage immediately preceding the catafalque in the grand funeral procession from the White House to the Capitol, where during the public ceremonies I was assigned to a place at the head of the casket as it rested beneath a rotunda. One of the most devoted of those who remained in the room with the dying President was Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts. He visited me subsequently and said, "Dr. Leale, do you remember that I remained all the time until President Lincoln died?" Senator Sumner was profoundly affected by this great calamity to both North and South. On my visit to Secretary Seward some time after the President's death, he was still suffering from his fracture and from the brutal attacks of the assassin who made such a desperate attempt to kill him on that fatal night. When I again met Secretary Stanton, we sat alone in his private office. He was doing his utmost to continue what he deemed best for our country. The long-continued strain and great burden had left their deep impress upon him. At the close of my call, we shook hands fraternally. After the war had closed, Governor Fenton of New York State, one of the war governors, came to me and said, "Dr. Leale, I will give you anything possible within my power." I responded, "I sincerely thank you, Governor, but I desire nothing, as I wish to follow my mission in life." The city of Washington was wrapped in a mantle of gloom. The President had known his people and had a heart full of love for his soldiers and sailors. With malice toward none, he alone seemed to have the power to restore fraternal love. He alone appeared able to quickly heal his country's wound. In May there occurred in Washington one of the most pathetic and historic events, the return of the Northern Army for the final review of more than 70,000 veterans. A grandstand had been erected in front of the White House for the new President, his cabinet, officers of state, foreign ministers, and others. I had a seat on this grandstand, from which, on May 24th, we watched one of the most imposing parades recorded in history. Among the many heroes, I recall the passing of stately General William Tecumseh Sherman on his majestic horse, which had been garlanded with roses. After we had been sitting there for several hours, a foreign official tapped me on the shoulder and said, "What will become of these thousands of soldiers after their discharge?" I answered, "They will return to their homes all over the country, and soon be at work doing their utmost to pay off the national debt." He replied, "Is it possible? No other country could expect such a result." All had lost comrades, Many were to return to desolate and broken homes. Amidst all the grandeur of victory there was profound sorrow. Among the thousands of passing veterans there were many who looked for their former commander-in-chief, but their father Abraham had answered to his last bugle call, and with more than 300,000 comrades had been mustered out. End of Part 3. Part 4 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4, Abraham Lincoln, the Oration, Eulogy, by Ralph Waldo Emerson. We meet under the gloom of a calamity which darkens down over the minds of good men in all civilized society, as the fearful tidings travel over sea, over land, from country to country, like the shadow of an uncalculated eclipse over the planet. Old as history is, and manifold as are its tragedies, I doubt if any death has caused so much pain to mankind as this has caused, or will cause on its announcement. And this not so much because nations are by modern arts brought so closely together, as because of the mysterious hopes and fears which in the present day are connected with the name and institutions of America. In this country, on Saturday, everyone was struck dumb, and saw at first only deep below deep, as he meditated on the ghastly blow. And perhaps at this hour, when the coffin which contains the dust of the President sets forward on its long march through morning states, on its way to his home in Illinois, we might well be silent, and suffer the awful voices of the time to thunder to us. Yes, but that first despair was brief. The man was not so to be mourned. He was the most active and hopeful of men, and his work had not perished, but acclamations of praise for the task he had accomplished burst out into a song of triumph which even tears for his death cannot keep down. The President stood before us a man of the people. He was thoroughly American, had never crossed the sea, had never been spoiled by English insularity or French dissipation, a quiet native aboriginal man as an acorn from the oak, no aping of foreigners, no frivolous accomplishments, Kentuckian born, working on a farm, a flatboatman, a captain in the Black Hawk War, a country lawyer, a representative in the rural legislature of Illinois. On such modest foundations the broad structure of his fame was laid. How slowly, yet by happily prepared steps, he came to his place. All of us remember, it is only a history of 5 or 6 years, the surprise and disappointment of the country at his first nomination at Chicago. Mr. Seward, then in the culmination of his good fame, was the favorite of the Eastern States, and when the new and comparatively unknown name of Lincoln was announced, notwithstanding the report of the acclamations of that convention, we heard the result coldly and sadly. It seemed too rash, on a purely local reputation, to build so grave a trust in such anxious times, and men naturally talked of the chances in politics as incalculable. But it turned out not to be chance. The profound good opinion which the people of Illinois and of the West had conceived of him, and which they had imparted to their colleagues, that they also might justify themselves to their constituents at home, was not rash, though they did not begin to know the richness of his worth. A plain man of the people, an extraordinary fortune attended him. Lord Bacon says, "Manifest virtues procure reputation, occult ones fortune." He offered no shining qualities at the first encounter. He did not offend by superiority. He had a face and manner which disarmed suspicion, which inspired confidence, which confirmed good-will. He was a man without vices. He had a strong sense of duty, which it was very easy for him to obey. Then he had what farmers call a long head, was excellent in working out the sum for himself, in arguing his case and convincing you fairly and firmly. Then it turned out that he was a great worker, and prodigious faculty of performance worked easily. A good worker is so rare. Everybody has some one disabling quality, but this man was sound to the very core, cheerful, persistent, all right for labor, and liked nothing so well. Then he had a vast good nature, which made him tolerant and accessible to all, fair-minded, leaning to the claim of the petitioner, affable, and not sensible to the affliction which the innumerable visits paid to him, when President, would have brought to any one else. And how this good nature became a noble humanity in many a tragic case which the events of the war brought to him, everyone will remember, and with what increasing tenderness he dealt when a whole race was on his compassion. The poor negro said of him on an impressive occasion, "Massa Linkum am everywhere." Then this broad good humor, running easily into jocular talk, in which he delighted, and in which he excelled, was a rich gift to this wise man. It enabled him to keep his secret, to meet every kind of man and every rank in society, to take off the edge of the severest decisions, to mask his own purpose and sound his companion, and to catch with true instinct the temper of each company he addressed. And more than all, it is to a man of severe labor, in anxious and exhausting crises, the natural restorative, good asleep, and is the protection of the overdriven brain against rancor and insanity. He is the author of a multitude of good sayings, so disguised as pleasantries that it is certain that they had no reputation at first but as jests, and only later, by the acceptance and adoption they find in the mouths of millions, turn out to be the wisdom of the hour. I am sure if this man had ruled in a period of less facility of printing, he would have become mythological in a few years, like Aesop or Pilpay or one of the 7 wise masters, by his fables and proverbs. But the weight and penetration of many passages in his letters, messages, and speeches, hidden now by the very closeness of their application to the moment, are destined hereafter to wide fame. What pregnant definitions, what unerring common sense, what foresight, and on great occasions, what lofty, and more than natural, what humane tone! His occupying the chair of state was a triumph of the good sense of mankind and of the public confidence. This middle-class country had got a middle-class president at last. Yes, in manners, sympathies, but not in powers, for his powers were superior. His mind mastered the problem of the day, and as the problem grew, so did his comprehension of it. Rarely was man so fitted to the event. In the midst of fears and jealousies, in the babel of councils and parties, this man wrought incessantly with all his might and all his honesty, laboring to find what the people wanted and how to obtain that. It cannot be said there is any exaggeration of his worth. If ever a man was fairly tested, he was. There was no lack of resistance, nor of slander, nor of ridicule. The times have allowed no state secrets. The nation has been in such a ferment, such multitudes had to be trusted, that no secret could be kept. Every door was ajar, and we know all that befell. Then what an occasion was the whirlwind of the war! Here was place for no holiday magistrate, no fair-weather sailor. The new pilot was hurried to the helm in a tornado. In 4 years, the 4 years of battle days, his endurance, his fertility of resources, his magnanimity were sorely tried and never found wanting. There, by his courage, his justice, his even temper, his fertile counsel, his humanity, he stood, an heroic figure in the center of an heroic epoch. He is the true history of the American people in his time. Step by step he walked before them, slow with their slowness, quickening his march by theirs, the true representative of this continent, an entirely public man, father of his country, the pulse of 20 millions throbbing in his heart, the thought of their minds articulated by his tongue. Adam Smith remarks that the axe which in Hoboken's portraits of British kings and worthies is engraved under those who have suffered at the block adds a certain lofty charm to the picture. And who does not see, even in this tragedy so recent, how fast the terror and ruin of the massacre are already burning into glory around the victim? Far happier this fate than to have lived to be wished away, to have watched the decay of his own faculties, to have seen, perhaps even he, the proverbial ingratitude of statesmen, to have seen mean men preferred. Had he not lived long enough to keep the greatest promise that ever man made to his fellow men, the practical abolition of slavery? He had seen Tennessee, Missouri, and Maryland emancipate their slaves. He had seen Savannah, Charleston, and Richmond surrendered, had seen the main army of the rebellion lay down its arms. He had conquered the public opinion of Canada, England, and France. Only Washington can compare with him in fortune. And what if it should turn out, in the unfolding of the web, that he had reached the term, that this heroic deliverer could no longer serve us, that the rebellion had touched its natural conclusion, and what remained to be done required new and uncommitted hands, a new spirit born out of the ashes of the war, and that Heaven, wishing to show the world a completed benefactor, shall make him serve his country even more by his death than his life. Nations, like kings, are not good by facility and complaisance. The kindness of kings consists in justice and strength. Easy good nature has been the dangerous foible of the Republic, and it was necessary that its enemies should outrage it, and drive us to unwonted firmness, to secure the salvation of this country in the next ages. End of Part 4. Part 5 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. Oration delivered on the occasion of the unveiling of the Freemen's Monument in memory of Abraham Lincoln in Lincoln Park, Washington, D.C., April 14, 1876. Essay by Frederick Douglass. Friends and fellow citizens, I warmly congratulate you upon the highly interesting object which has caused you to assemble in such numbers and spirit as you have today. This occasion is in some respects remarkable. Wise and thoughtful men of our race, who shall come after us and study the lessons of our history in the United States, who shall survey the long and dreary spaces over which we have traveled, who shall count the links in the great chain of events by which we have reached our present position, will make a note of this occasion. They will think of it and speak of it with a sense of manly pride and complacency. I congratulate you also upon the very favorable circumstances in which we meet today. They are high, inspiring, and uncommon. They lend grace, glory, and significance to the object for which we have met. Nowhere else in this great country, with its uncounted towns and cities, unlimited wealth, and immeasurable territory extending from sea to sea, could conditions be found more favorable to the success of this occasion than here. We stand today at the national center to perform something like a national act, an act which is to go into history, and we are here where every pulsation of the national heart can be heard, felt, and reciprocated. 1,000 wires, fed with thought and winged with lightning, put us in instantaneous communication with the loyal and true men all over this country. Few facts could better illustrate the vast and wonderful change which has taken place in our condition as a people than the fact of our assembling here for the purpose we have today. Harmless, beautiful, proper, and praiseworthy as this demonstration is, I cannot forget that no such demonstration would have been tolerated here 20 years ago. The spirit of slavery and barbarism, which still lingers to blight and destroy in some dark and distant parts of our country, would have made our assembling here the signal and excuse for opening upon us all the floodgates of wrath and violence. That we are here in peace today is a compliment and a credit to American civilization, and a prophecy of still greater national enlightenment and progress in the future. I refer to the past not in malice, for this is no day for malice, but simply to place more distinctly in front the gratifying and glorious change which has come both to our white fellow citizens and ourselves, and to congratulate all upon the contrast between now and then, the new dispensation of freedom with its 1,000 blessings to both races, and the old dispensation of slavery with its 10,000 evils to both races, white and black. In view then of the past, the present, and the future, with the long and dark history of our bondage behind us, and with liberty, progress, and enlightenment before us, I again congratulate you upon this auspicious day and hour. Friends and fellow citizens, the story of our presence here is soon and easily told. We are here in the District of Columbia, here in the city of Washington, the most luminous point of American territory, a city recently transformed and made beautiful in its body and in its spirit. We are here in the place where the ablest and best men of the country are sent to devise the policy, enact the laws, and shape the destiny of the Republic. We are here, with the stately pillars and majestic dome of the capital of the nation looking down upon us. We are here, with the broad earth freshly adorned, with the foliage and flowers of spring for our church and all races, colors, and conditions of men, for our congregation. In a word, we are here to express as best we may, by appropriate forms and ceremonies, our grateful sense of the vast, high, and preeminent services rendered to ourselves, to our race, to our country, and to the whole world by Abraham Lincoln. The sentiment that brings us here today is one of the noblest that can stir and thrill the human heart. It has crowned and made glorious the high places of all civilized nations with the grandest and most enduring works of art, designed to illustrate the characters and perpetuate the memories of great public men. It is the sentiment which from year to year adorns with fragrant and beautiful flowers the graves of our loyal, brave, and patriotic soldiers who fell in defense of the Union and liberty. It is the sentiment of gratitude and appreciation which often, in presence of many who hear me, has filled yonder heights of Arlington with the eloquence of eulogy and the sublime enthusiasm of poetry and song, a sentiment which can never die while the Republic lives. For the first time in the history of our people, and in the history of the whole American people, we join in this high worship, and march conspicuously in the line of this time-honored custom. First things are always interesting, and this is one of our first things. It is the first time that in this form and manner we have sought to do honor to an American great man, however deserving and illustrious. I commend the fact to notice. Let it be told in every part of the Republic. Let men of all parties and opinions hear it. Let those who despise us, not less than those who respect us, know that now and here, in the spirit of liberty, loyalty, and gratitude, let it be known everywhere and by everybody who takes an interest in human progress and in the amelioration of the condition of mankind, that in the presence and with the approval of the members of the American House of Representatives, reflecting the general sentiment of the country, that in the presence of that august body, the American Senate, representing the highest intelligence and the calmest judgment of the country, in presence of the Supreme Court and Chief Justice of the United States, to whose decisions we all patriotically bow, in the presence and under the steady eye of the honored and trusted President of the United States, with the members of his wise and patriotic Cabinet, we, the colored people, newly emancipated and rejoicing in our blood-bought freedom, near the close of the first century in the life of this republic, have now and here unveiled, set apart, and dedicated a monument of enduring granite and bronze, in every line, feature, and figure of which the men of this generation may read, and those of aftercoming generations may read, something of the exalted character and great works of Abraham Lincoln, the first martyr President of the United States. Fellow citizens, in what we have said and done today, and in what we may say and do hereafter, we disclaim everything like arrogance and assumption. We claim for ourselves no superior devotion to the character, history, and memory of the illustrious name whose monument we have here dedicated today. We fully comprehend the relation of Abraham Lincoln both to ourselves and to the white people of the United States. Truth is proper and beautiful at all times and in all places, and it is never more proper and beautiful in any case than when speaking of a great public man whose example is likely to be commended for honor and imitation long after his departure to the solemn shades, the silent continents of eternity. It must be admitted, truth compels me to admit, even here in the presence of the monument we have erected to his memory, Abraham Lincoln was not, in the fullest sense of the word, either our man or our model. In his interests, in his associations, in his habits of thought, and in his prejudices, he was a white man. He was preeminently the white man's president, entirely devoted to the welfare of white men. He was ready and willing at any time during the first years of his administration to deny, postpone, and sacrifice the rights of humanity in the colored people to promote the welfare of the white people of this country. In all his education and feeling he was an American of the Americans. He came into the presidential chair upon one principle alone, namely, opposition to the extension of slavery. His arguments in furtherance of this policy had their motive and mainspring in his patriotic devotion to the interests of his own race. To protect, defend, and perpetuate slavery in the States where it existed, Abraham Lincoln was not less ready than any other president to draw the sword of the nation. He was ready to execute all the supposed constitutional guarantees of the United States Constitution in favor of the slave system anywhere inside the slave states. He was willing to pursue, recapture, and send back the fugitive slave to his master, and to suppress a slave rising for liberty, though his guilty master were already in arms against the government. The race to which we belong were not the special objects of his consideration. Knowing this, I concede to you, my white fellow citizens, a preeminence in this worship at once full and supreme. First, midst, and last, you and yours were the objects of his deepest affection and his most earnest solicitude. You are the children of Abraham Lincoln. We are at best only his stepchildren, children by adoption, children by force of circumstances and necessity. To you it especially belongs to sound his praises, to preserve and perpetuate his memory, to multiply his statues, to hang his pictures high upon your walls, and commend his example. For you he was a great and glorious friend and benefactor. Instead of supplanting you at this altar, we would exhort you to build high his monuments. Let them be of the most costly material, of the most cunning workmanship. Let their forms be symmetrical, beautiful, and perfect. Let their bases be upon solid rocks, and their summits lean against the unchanging, blue, overhanging sky, and let them endure forever. But while in the abundance of your wealth and in the fullness of your just and patriotic devotion you do all this, we entreat you to despise not the humble offering we this day unveil to view. For while Abraham Lincoln saved for you a country, he delivered us from a bondage, according to Jefferson, 1 hour of which was worse than ages of the oppression your fathers rose in rebellion to oppose. Fellow citizens, ours is no newborn zeal and devotion, merely a thing of this moment. The name of Abraham Lincoln was near and dear to our hearts in the darkest and most perilous hours of the Republic. We were no more ashamed of him when shrouded in clouds of darkness, of doubt and defeat, than when we saw him crowned with victory, honor, and glory. Our faith in him was often taxed and strained to the uttermost, but it never failed. When he tarried long in the mountain, when he strangely told us that we were the cause of the war, when he still more strangely told us to leave the land in which we were born, when he refused to employ our arms in defense of the Union, when, after accepting our services as colored soldiers, he refused to retaliate our murder and torture as colored prisoners, when he told us he would save the Union if he could with slavery, when he revoked the Proclamation of Emancipation of General Fremont, when he refused to remove the popular commander of the Army of the Potomac in the days of its inaction and defeat, who was more zealous in his efforts to protect slavery than to suppress rebellion. When he saw all this and more, we were at times grieved, stunned, and greatly bewildered, but our hearts believed while they ached and bled. Nor was this, even at that time, a blind and unreasoning superstition. Despite the mist and haze that surrounded him, despite the tumult, the hurry, and confusion of the hour, we were able to take a comprehensive view of Abraham Lincoln, and to make reasonable allowance for the circumstances of his position. We saw him, measured him, and estimated him, not by stray utterances to injudicious and tedious delegations who often tried his patience, not by isolated facts torn from their connection, not by any partial and imperfect glimpses caught at inopportune moments, but by a broad survey, in the light of the stern logic of great events, and in view of that divinity which shapes our ends. Rough hew them how we will, we came to the conclusion that the hour and the man of our redemption had somehow met in the person of Abraham Lincoln. It mattered little to us what language he might employ on special occasions. It mattered little to us when we fully knew him whether he was swift or slow in his movements. It was enough for us that Abraham Lincoln was at the head of a great movement, and was in living and earnest sympathy with that movement, which in the nature of things must go on until slavery should be utterly and forever abolished in the United States. When, therefore, it shall be asked what we have to do with the memory of Abraham Lincoln, or what Abraham Lincoln had to do with us, the answer is ready, full, and complete. Though he loved Caesar less than Rome, though the Union was more to him than our freedom or our future, under his wise and beneficent rule we saw ourselves gradually lifted from the depths of slavery to the heights of liberty and manhood. Under his wise and beneficent rule, and by measures approved and vigorously pressed by him, we saw that the handwriting of ages, in the form of prejudice and proscription, was rapidly fading away from the face of our whole country. Under his rule, and in due time, about us, soon after all as the country could tolerate the strange spectacle, we saw our brave sons and brothers laying off the rags of bondage, and being clothed all over in the blue uniforms of the soldiers of the United States. Under his rule, we saw 200,000 of our dark and dusky people responding to the call of Abraham Lincoln, and with muskets on their shoulders and eagles on their buttons, timing their high footsteps to liberty and union under the national flag. Under his rule, we saw the independence of the Black Republic of Haiti, the special object of slave-holding aversion and horror, fully recognized, and her minister, a colored gentleman duly received here in the city of Washington. Under his rule we saw the internal slave trade, which so long disgraced the nation, abolished, and slavery abolished in the District of Columbia. Under his rule we saw for the first time the law enforced against the foreign slave trade, and the first slave trader hanged like any other pirate or murderer. Under his rule, assisted by the greatest captain of our age and his inspiration, we saw the Confederate States, based upon the idea that our race must be slaves and slaves forever, battered to pieces and scattered to the four winds. Under his rule and in the fullness of time, we saw Abraham Lincoln, after giving the slaveholders 3 months' grace in which to save their hateful slave system, penning the immortal paper which, though special in its language, was general in its principles and effect, making slavery forever impossible in the United States. Though we waited long, we saw all this and more. Can any colored man, or any white man friendly to the freedom of all men, ever forget the night which followed the first day of January, 1863, when the world was to see if Abraham Lincoln would prove to be as good as his word? I shall never forget that memorable night when, in a distant city, I waited and watched at a public meeting with 3,000 others, not less anxious than myself, for the word of deliverance which we have heard read today. Nor shall I ever forget the outburst of joy and thanksgiving that rent the air when the lightning brought to us the Emancipation Proclamation. In that happy hour we forgot all delay and forgot all tardiness, forgot that the President had bribed the rebels to lay down their arms by a promise to withhold the bolt which would smite the slave system with destruction, and we were thenceforward willing to allow the President all the latitude of time, phraseology, and every honorable device that statesmanship might require for the achievement of a great and beneficent measure of liberty and progress. Fellow citizens, there is little necessity on this occasion to speak at length and critically of this great and good man, and of his high mission in the world. That ground has been fully occupied and completely covered, both here and elsewhere. The whole field of fact and fancy has been gleaned and garnered. Any man can say things that are true of Abraham Lincoln, but no man can say anything that is new of Abraham Lincoln. His personal traits and public acts are better known to the American people than are those of any other man of his age. He was a mystery to no man who saw him and heard him. Though high in position, the humblest could approach him and feel at home in his presence. Though deep, he was transparent. Though strong, he was gentle. Though decided and pronounced in his convictions, he was tolerant toward those who differed from him and patient under reproaches. Even those who only knew him through his public utterances obtained a tolerably clear idea of his character and his personality. The image of the man went out with his words, and those who read them knew him. I have said that President Lincoln was a white man and shared the prejudices common to his countrymen towards the colored race. Looking back to his times and to the condition of his country, we are compelled to admit that this unfriendly feeling on his part may be safely set down as one element of his wonderful success in organizing the loyal American people for the tremendous conflict before them, and bringing them safely through that conflict. His great mission was to accomplish two things. First, to save his country from dismemberment and ruin, and second, to free his country from the great crime of slavery. To do one or the other or both, he must have the earnest sympathy and the powerful cooperation of his loyal fellow countrymen. Without this primary and essential condition to success, his efforts must have been vain and utterly fruitless. Had he put the abolition of slavery before the salvation of the Union, he would have inevitably driven from him a powerful class of the American people and rendered resistance to rebellion impossible. Viewed from the genuine abolition ground, Mr. Lincoln seemed tardy, cold, dull, and indifferent, but measuring him by the sentiment of his country, a sentiment he was bound as a statesman to consult, he was swift, zealous, radical, and determined. Though Mr. Lincoln shared the prejudices of his white fellow countrymen against the Negro, it is hardly necessary to say that in his heart of hearts he loathed and hated slavery. Footnote: I am naturally anti-slavery. If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. I cannot remember when I did not so think and feel. Letter of Mr. Lincoln to Mr. Hodges of Kentucky, April 1, 1864. The man who could say, "Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war shall soon pass away, yet if God wills it continue till all the wealth piled by 200 years of bondage shall have been wasted, and each drop of blood drawn by the lash shall have been paid for by one drawn by the sword, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether," gives all needed proof of his feeling on the subject of slavery. He was willing, while the South was loyal, that it should have its pound of flesh, because he thought that it was so nominated in the bond; but farther than this no earthly power could make him go. Fellow citizens, whatever else in this world may be partial, unjust, and uncertain, time is impartial, just, and certain in its action. In the realm of mind as well as in the realm of matter, it is a great worker and often works wonders. The honest and comprehensive statesman, clearly discerning the needs of his country and earnestly endeavoring to do his whole duty, though covered and blistered with reproaches, may safely leave his course to the silent judgment of time. Few great public men have ever been the victims of fiercer denunciation than Abraham Lincoln was during his administration. He was often wounded in the house of his friends. Reproaches came thick and fast upon him from within and from without and from opposite quarters. He was assailed by abolitionists. He was assailed by slaveholders. He was assailed by the men who were for peace at any price. He was assailed by those who were for a more vigorous prosecution of the war. He was assailed for not making the war an abolition war, and he was most bitterly assailed for making the war an abolition war. But now behold the change. The judgment of the present hour is that, taking him for all in all, measuring the tremendous magnitude of the work before him, considering the necessary means to ends, and surveying the end from the beginning, infinite wisdom has seldom sent any man into the world better fitted for his mission than Abraham Lincoln. His birth, his training, and his natural endowments, both mental and physical, were strongly in his favor. Born and reared among the lowly, a stranger to wealth and luxury, compelled to grapple single-handed with the flintiest hardships of life, from tender youth to sturdy manhood, he grew strong in the manly and heroic qualities demanded by the great mission to which he was called by the votes of his countrymen. The hard condition of his early life, which would have depressed and broken down weaker men, only gave greater life, vigor, and buoyancy to the heroic spirit of Abraham Lincoln. He was ready for any kind and any quality of work. What other young men dreaded in the shape of toil, he took hold of with the utmost cheerfulness. A spade, a rake, a hoe, a pickaxe or a bill, a hook to reap, a scythe to mow, a flail or what you will. All day long he could split heavy rails in the woods, and half the night long he could study his English grammar by the uncertain flare and glare of the light made by a pine knot. He was at home on the land with his axe, with his maul, with gluts and his wedges, and he was equally at home on water, with his oars, with his poles, with his planks, and with his boat-hooks. And whether in his flatboat on the Mississippi River, or at the fireside of his frontier cabin, he was a man of work. A son of toil himself, he was linked in brotherly sympathy with the sons of toil in every loyal part of the Republic. This very fact gave him tremendous power with the American people, and materially contributed not only to selecting him to the presidency, but in sustaining his administration of the government. Upon his inauguration as President of the United States, an office even where assumed under the most favorable conditions, fitted to tax and strain the largest abilities, Abraham Lincoln was met by a tremendous crisis. He was called upon not merely to administer the government, but to decide in the face of terrible odds the fate of the Republic. A formidable rebellion rose in his path before him. The Union was already practically dissolved. His country was torn and rent asunder at the center. Hostile armies were already organized against the Republic, armed with the munitions of war which the Republic had provided for its own defense. The tremendous question for him to decide was whether his country should survive the crisis and flourish, or be dismembered and perish. His predecessor in office had already decided the question in favor of national dismemberment, by denying to it the right of self-defense and self-preservation, a right which belongs to the meanest insect. Happily for the country, happily for you and for me, the judgment of James Buchanan, the patrician, was not the judgment of Abraham Lincoln, the plebeian. He brought his strong common sense, sharpened in the school of adversity, to bear upon the question. He did not hesitate, he did not doubt, he did not falter, but at once resolved that at whatever peril, at whatever cost, the Union of the States should be preserved. A patriot himself, his faith was strong and unwavering in the patriotism of his countrymen. Timid men said before Mr. Lincoln's inauguration that we had seen the last President of the United States. A voice in influential quarters said, "Let the Union slide." Some said that a Union maintained by the sword was worthless. Others said a rebellion of 8 million cannot be suppressed. But in the midst of all this tumult and timidity, and against all this, Abraham Lincoln was clear in his duty, and had an oath in heaven. He calmly and bravely heard the voice of doubt and fear all around him. But he had an oath in heaven, and there was not power enough on the earth to make this honest boatman, backwoodsman, and broad-minded splitter of rails evade or violate that sacred oath. He had not been schooled in the ethics of slavery. His plain life had favored his love of truth. He had not been taught that treason and perjury were the proof of honor and honesty. His moral training was against his saying one thing when he meant another. The trust which Abraham Lincoln had in himself and in the people was surprising and grand, but it was also enlightened and well-founded. He knew the American people better than they knew themselves, and his truth was based upon this knowledge. Fellow citizens, the 14th day of April, 1865, of which this is the 11th anniversary, is now and will ever remain a memorable day in the annals of this Republic. It was on the evening of this day, while a fierce and sanguinary rebellion was in the last stages of its desolating power, while its armies were broken and scattered before the invincible armies of Grant and Sherman, while a great nation, torn and rent by war, was already beginning to raise to the skies loud anthems of joy at the dawn of peace, it was startled, amazed, and overwhelmed by the crowning crime of slavery, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. It was a new crime, a pure act of malice. No purpose of the rebellion was to be served by it. It was the simple gratification of a hell-black spirit of revenge. But it has done good after all. It has filled the country with a deeper abhorrence of slavery and a deeper love of the great liberator. Had Abraham Lincoln died from any of the numerous ills to which flesh is heir, had he reached that good old age of which his vigorous constitution and his temperate habits gave promise, had he been permitted to see the end of his great work, had the solemn curtain of death come down but gradually, we should still have been smitten with a heavy grief and treasured his name lovingly. But dying as he did die, by the red hand of violence, killed, assassinated, taken off without warning, not because of personal hate, for no man who knew Abraham Lincoln could hate him, but because of his fidelity to union and liberty, he is doubly dear to us, and his memory will be precious forever. Fellow citizens, I end as I began, with congratulations. We have done a good work for our race today. In doing honor to the memory of our friend and liberator, we have been doing highest honors to ourselves and those who come after us. We have been fastening ourselves to a name and fame imperishable and immortal. We have also been defending ourselves from a blighting scandal. When now it shall be said that the colored man is soulless, that he has no appreciation of benefits or benefactors, when the foul reproach of ingratitude is hurled at us, and it is attempted to scourge us beyond the range of human brotherhood, we may calmly point to the monument we have this day erected to the memory of Abraham Lincoln. End of Part 5. Part 6 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6. Respect for the memory of Abraham Lincoln. Resolution adopted at a meeting of Senators and Representatives, April 17, 1865. Essay by Charles Sumner. Respect for the memory of Abraham Lincoln. Resolution adopted at a meeting of Senators and Representatives, April 17, 1865. President Lincoln breathed his last on the morning of Saturday, April 15th. Congress not being in session, there was a meeting of Senators and Representatives then in Washington, April 17th, at noon, when Honorable Lafayette S. Foster, President pro tem of the Senate, was called to the chair, and Honorable Schuyler Colfax was chosen Secretary. Senator Foote of Vermont stated the object of the meeting. On motion of Mr. Sumner, a committee of 5 from each House was ordered to report at 4:00 p.m. on the action proper for the meeting. The chair appointed Mr. Sumner, Mr. Harris of New York, Mr. Reverdy Johnson of Maryland, Mr. Ramsey of Minnesota, and Mr. Conness of California on the part of the Senate. Also Mr. Washburne of Maine and Mr. Colruff of Pennsylvania on the part of the House of Representatives. On motion of Mr. Schenck, the chairman and secretary of the meeting were added to the committee. The committee reported a list of pallbearers for the funeral, and also a congressional committee of 1 from each state to accompany the remains of the late president to Illinois, which were adopted by the meeting. They also reported the following resolution, drawn by Mr. Sumner, which was unanimously agreed to. The members of the Senate and House of Representatives now assembled in Washington, humbly confessing their dependence upon Almighty God, who rules all that is done for human good, make haste at this informal meeting to express the emotions with which they have been filled by the appalling tragedy that has deprived the nation of its head and covered the land with mourning, and in further declaration of their sentiments resolve unanimously, 1. That in testimony of their veneration and affection for the illustrious dead, who has been permitted, under Providence, to do so much for his country and for liberty, they will unite in the funeral services, and by an appropriate committee will accompany his remains to their place of burial in the state from which he was taken for the national service. 2. That in the life of Abraham Lincoln, who by the benignant favor of republican institutions rose from humble beginnings to the height of power and fame, they recognize an example of purity, simplicity, and virtue which should be a lesson to mankind, while in his death they acknowledge a martyr whose memory will become more precious as men learn to prize those principles of constitutional order and those rights, civil, political, and human, for which he was made a sacrifice. 3. That they invite the President of the United States by solemn proclamation to recommend that the people of the United States shall assemble on a day appointed by him in public testimony of their grief, and to dwell on the good that has been done on earth by him we now mourn. 4. That a copy of these resolutions be communicated to the President of the United States, and also to the afflicted widow of the late President, as an expression of sympathy in her great bereavement. End of Part 6. Part 7 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7, Promises of the Declaration of Independence and Abraham Lincoln, Eulogy on Abraham Lincoln before the municipal authorities of the city of Boston, June 1, 1865. Eulogy by Charles Sumner. Part 1. Think nothing of me, take no thought for the political fate of any man whomsoever, but come back to the truths that are in the Declaration of Independence. You may do anything with me you choose, if you will but heed these sacred principles. You may not only defeat me for the Senate, but you may take me and put me to death. Abraham Lincoln, Crosby's Life of Lincoln, page 33. They, colored people having the ballot, would probably help in some trying time to come to keep the jewel of liberty in the family of freedom. Ibid. Letter to Michael Hahn of Louisiana, March 13, 1864. McPherson's Political History of the United States during Reconstruction, page 20, note. Omnia incrementa sui sibi debuit vir notivatis nobilissimi. Velius Patricolus, Historia, Lib. 2, Cap. 84, number 8. Offensarum enigmati terramque minima memor executorve. Suetonius Vespasianus, Cap. 14. In the universe of God there are no accidents. From the fall of a sparrow to the fall of an empire or the sweep of a planet, all is according to divine providence, whose laws are everlasting. No accident gave to his country the patriot we now honor. No accident snatched this patriot, so suddenly and so cruelly, from his sublime duties. Death is as little an accident as life. Never perhaps in history has this providence been more conspicuous than in that recent procession of events where the final triumph is wrapped in the gloom of tragedy. It is our present duty to find the moral of the stupendous drama. For the second time in our annals, the country is summoned by the President to unite on an appointed day in commemorating the life and character of the dead. The first was the death of George Washington, when, as now, a day was set apart for simultaneous eulogy throughout the land, and cities, towns, and villages all vied in tribute. Since this early observance for the father of his country, more than half a century has passed, and now it is repeated in tribute to Abraham Lincoln. Thus are Washington and Lincoln associated in the grandeur of their obsequies. But this association is not accidental. It is from the nature of things, and because the part Lincoln was called to perform resembled in character the part performed by Washington, the work left undone by Washington was continued by Lincoln. Kindred in service, kindred in patriotism, each is surrounded in death by kindred homage. One sleeps in the East, the other sleeps in the West, and thus in death as in life, one is the complement of the other. The two might be compared after the manner of Plutarch, but it must suffice for the present to glance only at points of resemblance and of contrast, so as to recall the parts they respectively performed. Each was head of the Republic during a period of surpassing trial, and each thought only of the public good, simply, purely, constantly, so that single-hearted devotion to country will always find a synonym in their names. Each was national chief during a time of successful war. Each was representative of his country at a great epoch of history. Here perhaps resemblance ends and contrast begins. Unlike in origin, conversation, and character, they were unlike also in the ideas they served, except as each was servant of his country. The war conducted by Washington was unlike the war conducted by Lincoln, as the peace which crowned the arms of the one was unlike the peace which began to smile upon the other. The two wars did not differ in scale of operations and in tramp of mustered hosts more than in the ideas involved. The first was for national independence, the second was to make the Republic one and indivisible on the indestructible foundation of liberty and equality. The first cut the connection with the mother country and opened the way to the duties and advantages of popular government. The second will have failed unless it consummates all the original promises of the Declaration our fathers took upon their lips when they became a nation. In the relation of cause and effect, the first was natural precursor and herald of the second. National independence became the first epoch in our history whose mighty import was exhibited when Lafayette boasted to the First Consul of France that though its battles were but skirmishes, they decided the fate of the world. The Declaration of our fathers, entitled simply "The Unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America," is known familiarly as the Declaration of Independence, because the remarkable words with which it concludes made independence the final idea to which all else was tributary. Thus did the representatives of the United States of America in General Congress assembled solemnly publish and declare that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved, and for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine Providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. To sustain this mutual pledge, Washington drew his sword and led the national armies until at last, by the Treaty of Peace in 1783, independence was acknowledged. Had the Declaration been confined to this pledge, it would have been less grand. Much as it might have been to us, it would have been less of a warning and trumpet note to the world. There were two other pledges it made. One was proclaimed in the designation United States of America, which it adopted as the national name, and the other was proclaimed in those great words, fit for the baptismal vows of a republic: "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." By the sword of Washington, independence was secured, but the unity of the Republic and the principles of the Declaration were left exposed to question. From that early day, through various chances, they were assailed and openly dishonored, until at last the Republic was constrained to take up arms in their defense. And yet, since enmity to the Union proceeded entirely from enmity to the great ideas of the Declaration, history must record that the question of the Union itself was absorbed in the grander conflict to uphold the primal truths our fathers had solemnly proclaimed. Such are the two great wars where these two chiefs bore each his part. Washington fought for national independence and triumphed, making his country an example to mankind. Lincoln drew a reluctant sword to save those great ideas, essential to the life and character of the Republic, which unhappily the sword of Washington failed to put beyond the reach of assault. By no accident did these two great men become representatives of their country at these two different epochs, so alike in peril, and yet so unlike in the principles involved. Washington was the natural representative of national independence. He might also have represented national unity had this principle been challenged to bloody battle during his life. For nothing was nearer his heart than the consolidation of our Union, which in his letter to Congress transmitting the Constitution, he declares to be the greatest interest of every true American. Then again, in a remarkable letter to John Jay, he plainly says that he does not conceive we can exist long as a nation without having lodged somewhere a power which will pervade the whole Union in as energetic a manner as the authority of the state governments extends over the several states. But another person was needed, of different birth and simpler life, to represent the ideas now impugned. Washington was of ancient family, traced in English heraldry. Some of his ancestors sleep in close companionship with the noble name of Spencer. By inheritance and marriage he was rich in lands, and, let it be said, in respectful sorrow, rich also in slaves, so far as slaves breed riches rather than curses. At the age of 14 he refused a commission as midshipman in the British Navy. At the age of 19 he was adjutant general with the rank of major. At the age of 21 he was selected by the British governor of Virginia as commissioner to the French posts. At the age of 22 he was at the head of a regiment and was thanked by the House of Burgesses. Early in life he became an observer of form and ceremony. Always strictly just, according to prevailing principles, and at his death ordering the emancipation of his slaves, he was more a general and statesman than philanthropist. Nor did he seem inspired, beyond the duties of patriotism, to active sympathy with human rights. In the ample record of what he wrote or said there is no word of adhesion to the great ideas of the Declaration. Such an origin, such an early life, such opportunities, such a condition, such a character, were all in contrast with the origin, early life, opportunities, condition, and character of him we commemorate today. Abraham Lincoln was born, and until he became President, always lived in a part of the country which at the period of the Declaration of Independence was a savage wilderness. Strange but happy providence that a voice from that savage wilderness, now fertile in men, was inspired to uphold the pledges and promises of the Declaration. The unity of the Republic, on the indestructible foundation of liberty and equality, was vindicated by the citizen of a community which had no existence when the Republic was formed. His family may be traced to Quaker stock in Pennsylvania, but it removed first to Virginia, and then as early as 1780 to the wilds of Kentucky, which at that time was only an outlying territory of Virginia. His grandfather and father both lived in peril from Indians, and the former perished by their knife. The future President was born in a log house. His mother could read and perhaps write. His father could do neither, except so far as to sign his name rudely, like a noble of Charlemagne. Trial, privation, and labor entered into his early life. Only at 7 years of age, for a very brief period, could he enjoy school, carrying with him Dilworth's spelling book, one of the 3 volumes that formed the family library. Shortly afterwards, his father turned his back upon that slavery which disfigured Kentucky, and with his poor effects and the future chief magistrate, set his face towards Indiana, already guarded against slavery by the famous Northwestern Ordinance. Reaching the chosen home in a land of liberty, the son, who was less than 8 years old, aided his father in building a shelter of poles, fastened together by notches and filled in with mud. This preceded the log cabin, where for 12 years afterwards he grew in character and knowledge, as in stature, learning to write as well as read, and especially enjoying Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, Aesop's Fables, Weem's Life of Washington, and the Life of Henry Clay. At the age of 10 he lost his mother. At the age of 19 he became a hired hand, at $8 a month, on a flatboat laden with stores for plantations on the Mississippi, and in this way floated on that lordly river to New Orleans, little dreaming that only a few years later ironclad navies would, at his command, float on the same proud stream. Here also was he learner. From the slaves he saw on the banks he took a lesson of liberty, which gained new charms by the comparison with slavery. In 1830 the father removed to Illinois, transporting his goods in a wagon drawn by oxen, and the future President, then 21 years of age, drove the team. Another cabin was built in primitive rudeness, and the future President split the rails to enclose the lot. In our history these became classical, and the name of rail splitter more than the degree of a college, not that the splitting of rails is any way meritorious, but because the people are proud to trace aspiring talent back to humble beginnings, and they found in this tribute new opportunity to vindicate the dignity of free labor and repel the insolent pretensions of slavery. His youth was now spent, and at the age of 21 he left his father's house to begin the world. A small bundle, a laughing face, and an honest heart, these were his simple possessions, together with that unconscious character and intelligence which his country learned to prize. In the long history of Worth depressed there is no instance of such contrast between the depression and the triumph, unless, perhaps, his successor as President may share with him this distinction. No academy, no university, no alma mater of science or learning nourished him. No government took him by the hand and gave him the gift of opportunity. No inheritance of land or money fell to him. No friend stood by his side. He was alone in poverty, and yet not all alone. There was God above, who watches all, and does not desert the lowly. Plain in person, life, and manners, and knowing absolutely nothing of form or ceremony, for 6 months with a village schoolmaster as his only teacher, he grew up in companionship with the people, with nature, with trees, with the fruitful corn, and with the stars. While yet a child, his father had borne him away from a soil wasted by slavery, and he was now citizen of a free state, where free labor had been placed under safeguard of irreversible compact and fundamental law. And thus he took leave of youth, happy at least that he could go forth under the day-star of liberty. The early hardships were prolonged into manhood. He labored on a farm as hired hand, and then a second time in a flatboat measured the winding Mississippi to its mouth. At the call of the governor of Illinois for troops against Black Hawk, the Indian chief, he sprang forward with patriotic ardor, most prompt to enlist at the recruiting station in his neighborhood. The choice of his associates made him captain. After the war he became surveyor, and to his death retained a practical and scientific knowledge of this business. Here again was a parallel with Washington. In 1834 he was elected to the legislature of Illinois, and 3 years later was admitted to the practice of the law. He was now 28 years old, and under the benignant influence of Republican institutions he had already entered upon the double career of lawyer and legislator, with the gates of the mysterious future slowly opening before him. How well he served in these two characters I pause not to tell. It is enough if I exhibit the stages of advance, that you may understand how he became representative of his country at so grand a moment. It is needless to say that his opportunities to study as a lawyer were small, but he was industrious in each individual case, and thus daily added to his stores of professional experience. Faithful in all things, most conscientious in conduct at the bar, so that he could not be unfair to the other side, and admirably sensitive to the behests of justice, so that he could not argue on the wrong side, he acquired a name for honesty, which, beginning with the community where he lived, became proverbial throughout his state, while his genial, mirthful, overflowing nature, apt at anecdote and story, made him, where personally known, a favorite companion. His opinion on public questions were formed early, under the example and teaching of Henry Clay, and he never departed from them, though constantly tempted, or pressed by local majorities, in the name of a false democracy. It is interesting to know that thus early he espoused those two ideas which entered so largely into the terrible responsibilities of his last years, I mean the unity of the Republic and the supreme value of liberty. He did not believe that a state, in its own mad will, had a right to break up this Union. As reader of congressional speeches, and student of what was said by the political teachers of that day, he was no stranger to those marvelous efforts of Daniel Webster, when in reply to the treasonable pretensions of nullification, the great orator of Massachusetts asserted the indestructibility of the Union and the folly of those who assail it. On the subject of slavery he had the experience of his own family, and the warnings of his own conscience. Naturally, one of his earliest acts in the legislature of Illinois was a protest in the name of liberty. At a later day he was in Congress for a single term, beginning in December 1847, being the only Whig representative from Illinois. His speeches during this brief period have the characteristics of his later productions. They are argumentative, logical, and spirited, with quaint humor and sinewy sententiousness. His votes were constant against slavery. For the Wilmot Proviso he voted, according to his own statement, in one way and another about 40 times. His vote is recorded against the pretense that slaves are property under the Constitution. From Congress he passed again to his profession. The day was at hand when all his powers, enlarged by experience and quickened to highest activity, would be needed to repel that haughty domination already overshadowing the Republic. The next field of conflict was in his own state, with no less an antagonist than Stephen A. Douglas, at that time in alliance with the slave power. The two famous Kansas and Nebraska Bill, introduced by the latter into the Senate, assumed to set aside the venerable safeguard of freedom in the territory west of Missouri, under pretense of allowing the inhabitants to vote slavery up or to vote it down, and this barbarous privilege was called by the fancy name of popular sovereignty. The champion of liberty did not hesitate to denounce this most baleful measure in a series of popular addresses, where truth, sentiment, humor, and argument all blended. As the conflict continued, he was brought forward for the Senate against its able author. The debate that ensued is one of the most memorable in our political history, whether we consider the principles involved or the way it was conducted. It commenced with a close, well-woven speech from the Republican candidate, showing insight into the actual condition of things, in which were these memorable words, "A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other." Here was the true starting point. Only a few days before his death, in reply to my inquiry if at the time he had any doubts about this declaration, he said, "Not in the least. It was clearly true, and time has justified me." With like plainness he exposed the Douglas pretense of popular sovereignty as meaning simply that if any one man choose to enslave another, no third man shall be allowed to object. And he announced his belief in the existence of a conspiracy to perpetuate and nationalize slavery, of which the Kansas and Nebraska Bill and the Dred Scott decision were essential parts. Such was the character of this debate at the beginning, and so it continued on the lips of our champion to the end. The inevitable topic to which he returned with most frequency, and to which he clung with all the grasp of his soul, was the practical character of the Declaration of Independence in announcing the liberty and equality of all men. No idle words were there, but substantial truth, binding on the conscience of mankind. I know not if this grand pertinacity has been noticed before, but I deem it a duty to declare that to my mind it is by far the most important incident of that controversy, and perhaps the most interesting in the biography of the speaker. Nothing previous to his nomination for the presidency is comparable to it. Plainly, his whole subsequent career took impulse and complexion from that championship. And here, too, is our first debt of gratitude. The words he then uttered live after him, and nobody now hears how he had battled without feeling a new motive to fidelity in support of human rights. As early as 1854, in a speech at Peoria, against the Kansas and Nebraska Bill, after denouncing slavery as a monstrous injustice which enables the enemies of free institutions to taunt us as hypocrites, and causes the real friends of freedom to doubt our sincerity, he complains especially that it forces so many really good men amongst ourselves into open war with the very fundamental principles of civil liberty, criticizing the Declaration of Independence. Thus, according to him, criticism of the Declaration was the climax of infidelity as citizen. Mr. Douglas opened the debate on his side at Chicago, July 9, 1858, by a speech where he said, among other things, "I am opposed to Negro equality. I repeat that this nation is a white people. I am opposed to taking any step that recognizes the Negro man or the Indian as the equal of the white man. I am opposed to giving him a voice in the administration of the government." Thus was the case stated for slavery. To this speech the Republican candidate replied promptly and did not forget his championship. Quoting the great words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal," he proceeds, "That is the electric cord in that declaration that links the hearts of patriotic and liberty-loving men together, that will link those patriotic hearts as long as the love of freedom exists in the minds of men throughout the world. I should like to know if, taking this old Declaration of Independence, which declares that all men are equal, upon principle, and making exceptions to it, where will it stop? If one man says it does not mean a negro, why not another man say it does not mean some other man? If that declaration is not the truth, let us get the statute book in which we find it and tear it out. Who is so bold as to do it? If it is not true, let us tear it out." Cries of "No, no." "Let us stick to it then. Let us stand firmly by it then." Noble utterance, worthy of perpetual memory, and he finishes his speech with a farewell truly apostolic: "I leave you, hoping that the lamp of liberty will burn in your bosoms until there shall no longer be a doubt that all men are created free and equal." He has left us now, and for the last time. I catch the closing benediction of that speech, already sounding through the ages like a choral harmony. The debate continued from place to place. At Bloomington, July 16, Mr. Douglas denied again that colored persons could be citizens, and then broke forth upon the champion: "I will not quarrel with Mr. Lincoln for his views on that subject. I have no doubt he is conscientious in them. I have not the slightest idea but that he conscientiously believes that a negro ought to enjoy and exercise all the rights and privileges given to white men, but I do not agree with him. I believe that this government of ours was founded on the white basis. I believe that it was established by white men. I do not believe that it was the design or intention of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, or the framers of the Constitution, to include negroes, Indians, or other inferior races with white men as citizens. He wants them to vote. I am opposed to it. If they had a vote, I reckon they would all vote for him in preference to me, entertaining the views I do." Then again at Springfield, the next day, Mr. Douglas repeated his denial that the colored man was embraced by the Declaration, and thus argued for the exclusion: "Remember that at the time the Declaration was put forth, every one of the 13 colonies were slaveholding colonies. Every man who signed that declaration represented slaveholding constituents. Did those signers mean by that act to charge themselves and all their constituents with having violated the law of God and holding the negro in an inferior condition to the white man? And yet, if they included negroes in that term, they were bound, as conscientious men, that day and that hour, not only to have abolished slavery throughout the land, but to have conferred political rights and privileges on the negro, and elevated him to an equality with the white man. The Declaration of Independence only included the white people of the United States." On the same evening at Springfield, the Republican candidate, while admitting that negroes are not our equal in color, thus again spoke for the comprehensive humanity of the Declaration: "I adhere to the Declaration of Independence. If Judge Douglas and his friends are not willing to stand by it, let them come up and amend it. Let them make it read that all men are created equal, except negroes. Let us have it decided whether the Declaration of Independence in this blessed year of 1858 shall be thus amended. In his construction of the Declaration last year, he said it only meant that Americans in America were equal to Englishmen in England. Then, when I pointed out to him that by that rule he excludes the Germans, the Irish, the Portuguese, and all other people who have come amongst us since the Revolution, he reconstructs his construction. In his last speech he tells us it meant Europeans. I press him a little further, and ask if it meant to include the Russians in Asia, or does he mean to exclude that vast population from the principles of our Declaration of Independence? I expect ere long he will introduce another amendment to his definition. He is not at all particular. It may draw white men down, but it must not lift negroes up." Words like these are gratefully remembered. They make the Declaration what the Fathers intended, no mean declaration of oligarchic egotism, but a charter and freehold for all mankind. At Ottawa, August 21st, Mr. Douglas, still excluding the colored man from the Declaration, exclaimed, "I believe this government was made on the white basis. I believe it was made by white men for the benefit of white men and their posterity forever." Again, the Republican champion took up the strain. Henry Clay once said of a class of men who would repress all tendencies to liberty and ultimate emancipation, that they must, if they would do this, go back to the era of our independence, and muzzle the cannon which thunders its annual joyous return. They must blow out the moral lights around us. They must penetrate the human soul, and eradicate there the love of liberty, and then, and not till then, could they perpetuate slavery in this country. To my thinking, Judge Douglas is, by his example and vast influence, doing that very thing in this community, when he says that the Negro has nothing in the Declaration of Independence. At Jonesboro, September 15th, Mr. Douglas once more assailed the rights of the colored race. I am aware that all the abolition lecturers that you find traveling about through the country are in the habit of reading the Declaration of Independence to prove that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. Lincoln is very much in the habit of following in the track of Lovejoy in this particular, by reading that part of the Declaration of Independence to prove that the Negro was endowed by the Almighty with the inalienable right of equality with white men. Now I say to you, my fellow citizens, that in my opinion the signers of the Declaration had no reference to the Negro whatever when they declared all men to be created equal. At Galesburg, October 7th, his faithful opponent answered, "The Judge has alluded to the Declaration of Independence, and insisted that negroes are not included in that declaration, and that it is a slander upon the framers of that instrument to suppose that negroes were meant therein. And he asked you, is it possible to believe that Mr. Jefferson, who penned the immortal paper, could have supposed himself applying the language of that instrument to the negro race, and yet held a portion of that race in slavery? Would he not at once have freed them? I only have to remark upon this part of the Judge's speech, that I believe the entire records of the world, from the date of the Declaration of Independence up to within 3 years ago, may be searched in vain for one single affirmation from one single man that the Negro was not included in the Declaration. And I will remind Judge Douglas and his audience that while Mr. Jefferson was the owner of slaves, as undoubtedly he was, in speaking upon this very subject, he used the strong language that he trembled for his country when he remembered that God is just. And at Alton, October 15th, he renewed this same testimony. I assert that Judge Douglas and all his friends may search the whole records of the country, and it will be a matter of great astonishment to me if they shall be able to find that one human being 3 years ago had ever uttered the astounding sentiment that the term all men in the Declaration did not include the Negro. Do not let me be misunderstood. I know that more than 3 years ago there were men who, finding this assertion constantly in the way of their schemes to bring about the ascendancy and perpetuation of slavery, denied the truth of it. I know that Mr. Calhoun and all the politicians of his school denied the truth of the Declaration. I know that it ran along in the mouth of some Southern men for a period of years, ending at last in that shameful, though rather forcible, declaration of Pettit of Indiana upon the floor of the United States Senate that the Declaration of Independence was, in that respect, a self-evident lie, rather than a self-evident truth. But I say, with a perfect knowledge of all this hawking at the Declaration without directly attacking it, that 3 years ago there never had lived a man who had ventured to assail it in the sneaking way of pretending to believe it, and then asserting it did not include the Negro. In another speech during the same political contest, the champion spoke immortal words. After setting forth the sublime opening of the Declaration by our fathers, he said, "This was their majestic interpretation of the economy of the universe. This was their lofty and wise and noble understanding of the justice of the Creator to his creatures, yes, gentlemen, to all his creatures, to the whole great family of man." Then, lifted by his cause, he appealed to his fellow countrymen in tones of pathetic eloquence. "Think nothing of me. Take no thought for the political fate of any man whomsoever, but come back to the truths that are in the Declaration of Independence. You may do anything with me you choose, if you will but heed these sacred principles. You may not only defeat me for the Senate, but you may take me and put me to death. While pretending no indifference to earthly honors, I do claim to be actuated in this contest by something higher than an anxiety for office. I charge you to drop every paltry and insignificant thought for any man's success. It is nothing. I am nothing. Judge Douglas is nothing. But do not destroy that immortal emblem of humanity, the Declaration of American Independence." Thus, at that early day, before war had overshadowed the land, was he ready for the sacrifice. "Take me and put me to death," said he, "but do not destroy that immortal emblem of humanity, the Declaration of American Independence." He has been put to death by the enemies of the Declaration, but though dead, he will continue to guard that great title deed of the human race. The debate ended. An immense vote was cast. There were 126,084 votes for the Republican candidates, 121,940 for the Douglas candidates, and 5,091 for the Lecompton candidates, another class of Democrats. But the supporters of Mr. Douglas had a majority of 8 on joint ballot in the legislature, and he was re-elected to the Senate. Again returned to his profession, our champion cherished the Declaration. To the Republicans of Boston who had invited him to unite with them in celebrating the birthday of Thomas Jefferson, he sent an answer under date of April 6, 1859, which is a gem in political literature. And here also he asserts the supremacy of those truths for which he had battled so well. In him the West spoke to the East, pleading for human rights as declared by our fathers. But soberly, it is now no child's play to save the principles of Jefferson from total overthrow in this nation. One would state with great confidence that he could convince any sane child that the simpler propositions of Euclid are true, but nevertheless he would fail utterly with one who should deny the definitions and axioms. The principles of Jefferson are the definitions and axioms of free society, and yet they are denied and evaded with no small show of success. One dashingly calls them glittering generalities, another bluntly calls them self-evident lies, and others insidiously argue that they apply only to superior races. These expressions, differing in form, are identical in object and effect. The supplanting the principles of free government and restoring those of classification, caste, and legitimacy. They would delight a convocation of crowned heads plotting against the people. They are the vanguard, the miners and sappers of returning despotism. We must repulse them, or they will subjugate us. This is a world of compensations, and he who would be no slave must consent to have no slaves. Those who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves, and under a just God cannot long retain it. All honor to Jefferson, the man who, in the concrete pressure of a struggle for national independence by a single people, had the coolness, forecast, and capacity to introduce into a merely revolutionary document an abstract truth applicable to all men and all times, and so to embalm it there that today, and in all coming days, it shall be a rebuke and a stumbling block to the very harbingers of reappearing tyranny and oppression. Next winter the Western champion appeared at New York, and in a remarkable address at the Cooper Institute, February 27, 1860, vindicated the policy of the fathers and the principles of the Republican party. Showing with curious skill and minuteness the original understanding on the power of Congress over slavery in the territories, he demonstrated that the Republican party was not in any just sense sectional, and then exposed the perils from the pretensions of slave masters, who, not content with requiring that we must arrest and return their fugitive slaves with greedy pleasure, insisted that the Constitution must be so interpreted as to uphold the idea of property in man. The whole address was subdued and argumentative, while each sentence was like a driven nail, with a concluding rally that was a bugle call to the lovers of right. "Let us have faith," said he, "that right makes might, and in that faith let us to the end dare to do our duty as we understand it." A few months later this champion of the right, who would not see the colored man shut out from the promises of the Declaration, and insisted upon the exclusion of slavery from the territories, after summoning his countrymen to their duty, was nominated by a great political party as candidate for President. Local considerations securing to him the support of certain States beyond any other candidate, exercised a final influence in determining this selection. But it is easy to see how, from position, character, and origin, he was at that moment especially the representative of his country. The unity of the Republic was menaced. He was from that vast controlling Northwest which would never renounce its communications with the sea, whether by the Mississippi or by Eastern avenues. The birthday Declaration of the Republic was dishonored in the denial of its primal truths. He was already known as a volunteer in its defense. Republican institutions were in jeopardy. He was the child of humble life, through whom Republican institutions would stand confessed. These things, so obvious now in the light of history, were less apparent then in the turmoil of party. But that Providence in whose hands are the destinies of nations, which had found out Washington to conduct his country through the War of Independence, now found out Lincoln to wage the new battle for the unity of the Republic on the foundation of human rights. The election took place. Of the popular votes, Abraham Lincoln received 1,866,452, carrying 180 electoral ballots. Stephen A. Douglas received 1,375,157, carrying 12 electoral votes. John C. Breckinridge received 847,953, carrying 72 electoral ballots. And John Bell received 590,631, carrying 39 electoral ballots. By this vote Abraham Lincoln became President. The triumph at the ballot box was flashed by telegraph over the whole country from north to south, from east to west. It was answered by defiance from the slave masters, speaking in the name of states' rights and for the sake of slavery. The declared will of the American people, registered at the ballot box, was set at naught. The conspiracy of years blazed into day. The national government, which Alexander H. Stephens characterized as the best and freest government, the most equal in its rights, the most just in its decisions, the most lenient in its measures, and the most aspiring in its principles to elevate the race of men, that the sun of heaven ever shone upon, and which Jefferson Davis himself pronounced the best government which has ever been instituted by man, that national government, thus painted even by its enemies, was spurned. South Carolina jumped forward first in crime, and before the elected President turned his face from the beautiful western prairies to enter upon his dangerous duties, State after State had undertaken to abandon its place in the Union. Senator after senator had dropped from his seat, fort after fort had been seized, and the mutterings of war had begun to fill the air, while the actual President, besotted by slavery, tranquilly witnessed the gigantic treason as he sat at ease in the Executive Mansion and did nothing. It was time for another to come upon the scene. You cannot forget how he left his village home, never to return, except under the escort of death. In words of farewell to neighbors thronging about him, he dedicated himself to his country and solemnly invoked the aid of divine Providence. "I know not," he said, "how soon I shall see you again," and then with prophetic voice announced that a duty devolved upon him greater than that which has devolved upon any other man since the days of Washington, and asked his friends to pray that he might receive that divine assistance without which he could not succeed, but with which success was certain. To power and fame others have gone forth with gladness and with song. He went forth prayerfully, as to sacrifice. Nor can you forget how at each resting place on the road he renewed his vows, and when at Independence Hall his soul broke forth in homage to the vital truths there declared. Of all that he said on the journey to the national capital, after farewell to his neighbors, there is nothing so prophetic as these unpremeditated words: "All the political sentiments I entertain have been drawn, so far as I have been able to draw them, from the sentiments which originated in and were given to the world from this hall. I have never had a feeling politically that did not spring from the sentiments embodied in the Declaration of Independence. Now, my friends, can this country be saved upon that basis? If it can, I shall consider myself one of the happiest men in the world, if I can help to save it. If it cannot be saved upon that principle, it will be truly awful. But if this country cannot be saved without giving up that principle, I was about to say, I would rather be assassinated on this spot than surrender it." Then, after adding that he had not expected to say a word, he repeated the consecration of his life, exclaiming, "I have said nothing but what I am willing to live by, and if it be the pleasure of Almighty God, to die by." He was about to raise the national banner over the old hall, but before this service he took up the strain he loved so well, saying, "It is on such an occasion as this that we can reason together, reaffirm our devotion to the country and the principles of the Declaration of Independence." Thus constantly did he bear testimony. Surely this grand fidelity will be ever counted among his chief glories. I know nothing in history more touching, especially when we consider that this devotion caused his sacrifice. "Were there as many devils in Worms as there are tiles upon the roofs, I would enter," said Luther. Our reformer was less defiant, but hardly less determined. 3 times had he announced that for the great truths of the Declaration he was willing to die. 3 times had he offered himself on that altar. 3 times had he vowed himself to this martyrdom. Slavery was already pursuing his life. An attempt was made to throw his train from the track, while a secreted hand grenade further betrayed the diabolical purpose. Baltimore, directly on his way, was the seat of a murderous plot. Avoiding the conspirators, he came from Philadelphia to Washington unexpectedly in the night, and thus, for the moment cheating assassination of its victim, entered the national capital. From this time forward his career broadens into the history of his country and of the age. You all know it. Therefore a few glimpses will be enough, that I may exhibit its moral rather than its story. The inaugural address, the formation of his cabinet, his earliest acts, his daily conversation, all attested the spirit of moderation with which he approached his perilous position. At the same time he declared openly that, in contemplation of universal law and of the Constitution, the union of these States is perpetual, that no State upon its own mere motion can lawfully get out of the Union, that resolves and ordinances to that effect are legally void, that acts of violence within any State are insurrectionary or revolutionary, and that to the extent of his ability he should take care, according to express injunction of the Constitution, that the laws of the Union be faithfully executed in all the States. While thus positive in upholding the national unity, he was resolved that on his part there would be no act of offense, that there should be no bloodshed or violence unless forced upon the country, that it was his duty to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, but beyond what was necessary for this object there should be no exercise of force, and the people everywhere should be left in that perfect security most favorable to calm thought and reflection. But the madness of slavery knew no bound. It was determined from the beginning that the Union should be broken, and no moderation could change this wicked purpose. A pretended power was organized in the form of a confederacy, with slavery as the declared cornerstone. You know what ensued. Fort Sumter was attacked, and after a fiery storm of shot and shell for 34 hours, the national flag fell. This was 13th April, 1861. War had begun. War is always a scourge. Never can it be regarded without sadness. It is one of the mysteries of Providence that such an evil is allowed to vex mankind. Few deprecated it more than the President. From Quaker blood and from reflection, he was essentially a man of peace. In one of his speeches during his short service in Congress, he arraigned military glory as that rainbow that rises in showers of blood, that serpent's eye that charms but to destroy. And when charged with the terrible responsibility of government, he was none the less earnest for peace. He was not willing to see his beloved country torn by bloody battle, with fellow citizens striking at each other. But after the criminal assault on Fort Sumter, there was no alternative. The Republic was in peril, and every man, from President to citizen, was summoned to the defense. Nor was this all. An attempt was made to invest slavery with national independence, and the President, who disliked both slavery and war, described his own condition when, addressing a member of the Society of Friends, he said, "Your people have had and are having very great trials. On principle and faith opposed to both war and oppression, they can only practically oppose oppression by war." In these few words the whole case is stated, inasmuch as, whatever might be the pretensions of states' rights, the war became necessary to overcome the baleful ambition of slavery. The slave masters put in execution a conspiracy long contrived, for which they had prepared the way, first by teaching that any state might at its own will break from the Union, and secondly by teaching that colored persons were so far inferior as not to be embraced in the promises of the Declaration of Independence, but were justly held as slaves. The Mephistopheles of slavery, Mr. Calhoun, inculcated for years both these pretensions, but the pretension of state rights was a cover for slavery. Therefore, in determining that the slave masters should be encountered, two things were resolved. First, that this republic is one and indivisible, and secondly, that no hideous power with slavery blazoned on its front shall be created on our soil. Here was affirmation and denial. First, affirmation of the national unity, and secondly, denial of any independent foothold to rebel slavery. Accepting the challenge at Fort Sumter, the President became the voice of the nation, which with stern resolve insisted that the rebellion should be overcome by war. The people were in earnest and would not brook hesitation. If ever in history war was necessary, if ever in history war was holy, it was the war then and there begun for the arrest and overthrow of rebel slavery. The case between the two sides is stated first in the words of Jefferson Davis and then in the words of Abraham Lincoln. The representative of slavery said, "The time for compromise has now passed, and the South is determined to maintain her position and make all who oppose her smell Southern powder and feel Southern steel if coercion is persisted in. Our separation from the old Union is now complete. No compromise, no reconstruction is now to be entertained." Abraham Lincoln said, "In my view of the present aspect of affairs, there need be no bloodshed or war. I am not in favor of such a course, and I may say in advance that there will be no bloodshed unless it be forced upon the government, and then it will be compelled to act in self-defense." And so issue was joined. It was plain from the first cannon shot that the rebellion was nothing but slavery in arms. But such was the power of slavery, even in the free states, that months elapsed before the giant criminal was directly assailed. Generals in the field were tender towards it, as if it were a church or a work of the fine arts. Only under the teaching of disaster was the country moved. The first step in Congress followed the defeat at Bull Run. Still the President hesitated. Disasters thickened and graves opened, until at last the country saw that by justice only could we hope for divine favor, and the President who leaned so closely upon the popular heart pronounced that great word by which slaves were set free. Let it be named forever to his glory that even tardily he grasped the thunderbolt under which the rebellion staggered to its fall, that following up the blow he enlisted colored citizens as soldiers, and declared his final purpose never to retract or modify the Emancipation Proclamation, nor to return into slavery any person free by the terms of that instrument, or by any act of Congress, saying grandly, if the people should by whatever mode or means make it an executive duty to re-enslave such persons, another, and not I, must be their instrument to perform it. It is sometimes said that the proclamation was of doubtful constitutionality. If such criticism does not proceed from sympathy with slavery, it evidently proceeds from prevailing superstition with regard to this idol. Future jurists will read with astonishment that such a flagrant wrong could be considered at any time as having any rights which a court was bound to respect, and especially that rebels in arms could be considered as having any title to the services of people whose allegiance was primarily due to the United States. But turning from these conclusions, it seems obvious that slavery, standing exclusively on local law, without support in natural law, must have fallen with the local government, both legally and constitutionally. Legally, inasmuch as it ceased to have any valid legal support, and constitutionally, inasmuch as it came at once within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Constitution, where liberty is the supreme law. The President did not act upon these principles, but speaking with the voice of authority said, "Let the slaves be free." What court and Congress hesitated to declare, he proclaimed, and thus enrolled himself among the world's emancipators. From the Proclamation of Emancipation, placing its author so far above human approach that human envy cannot reach him, I carry you for one moment to our foreign relations. The convulsion here was felt in the most distant places, as at the great earthquake of Lisbon, when that capital seemed about to be submerged, there was commotion of the waters in our northern lakes. All Europe was stirred. There, too, was the slavery question in another form. In an unhappy moment, under an ill-considered allegation of necessity, which Milton tells us was the plea by which the fiend excused his devilish deeds, England accorded to rebel slavery the rights of belligerents on the ocean, and then proceeded to open her ports, to surrender her workshops, and to let loose her merchant ships in aid of this wickedness, forgetting all relations of alliance and amity with the United States, forgetting all logic of English history, forgetting all distinctions of right and wrong, and forgetting also that a new power founded on slavery was a moral monster, with which a just nation could have nothing to do. To appreciate the character of this concession, we must comprehend clearly the whole vast, unprecedented crime of the rebellion, taking its complexion from slavery. Undoubtedly it was criminal to assail the unity of this republic, and thus destroy its peace and impair its example in the world. But the attempt to build a new power on slavery as a cornerstone, and with no other declared object of separate existence, was more than criminal, or rather it was a crime of that untold, unspeakable guilt which no language can depict, and no judgment can be too swift to condemn. The associates in this terrible apostasy might rebuke each other in the words of an old dramatist: "Thou must do then what no malevolent star will dare to look on, it is so wicked, for which men will curse thee for being the instrument, and the blessed angels forsake me at my need for being the author. For 'tis a deed of night, Francisco, in which the memory of all good actions we can pretend to shall be buried quick. Or if we be remembered, it shall be to fright posterity by our example, that have outdone all precedents of villains that were before us." An expression of opinion on the great question involved, and a guide to public duty. End of Part 7. Part 8 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8, Promises of the Declaration of Independence and Abraham Lincoln. Eulogy on Abraham Lincoln before the municipal authorities of the city of Boston, June 1, 1865. Eulogy by Charles Sumner, Part 2. Whereas, while heretofore states and nations have tolerated slavery, recently, for the first time in the world, an attempt has been made to construct a new nation upon the basis of human slavery, and with the primary and fundamental object to maintain, enlarge, and perpetuate the same. Therefore, resolved, that no such embryo state should ever be recognized by or admitted into the family of Christian and civilized nations, and that all Christian and civilized men everywhere should by all lawful means resist to the utmost such recognition or admission. Observe how distinctly any recognition of rebel slavery as an independent power is branded, and how all Christian and civilized men everywhere are summoned to resist to the utmost such recognition, and precisely for the same reason such Christian and civilized men everywhere should have resisted to the utmost any recognition of rebel slavery as a belligerent power. Had this benign spirit entered into the councils of England when slavery first took arms, this great historic nation would have shrunk at all hazard from that fatal concession, in itself a plain contribution to slavery, and opening the way to infinite contributions, without which the criminal pretender must have speedily succumbed. There would have been no plea of necessity. But divine Providence willed it otherwise. Perhaps it was essential to the full revelation of its boundless capacities that the Republic should stand forth alone, in sublime solitude, warring for human rights, and thus become an example to mankind. Meanwhile the war continued with proverbial vicissitudes. Battles were fought and lost, other battles were fought and won. Rebel slavery stood face to face in deadly conflict with the Declaration of Independence, when the President, with unconscious power, dealt another blow, second only to the Proclamation of Emancipation. This was at the blood-soaked field of Gettysburg, where the armies of the Republic encountered the armies of slavery, and after a conflict of 3 days drove them back with destructive slaughter, as at that decisive battle of Tours, on which hung the destinies of Christianity in Western Europe, the invading Mahometans, after prolonged conflict, were driven back by Charles the Hammer. No battle of the present war was more important. Few battles in history compare with it. A brief space later occurred another meeting on the same field. It was of grateful fellow citizens gathered from all parts of the Union for its consecration to the memory of those who had fallen there. Eminent men of our own country and from foreign lands united in the service. There, too, was your classic orator, whose finished address was a model of literary excellence. The President spoke very briefly, but his few words will live as long as time. Since Simonides wrote the epitaph for those who died at Thermopylae, nothing equal has ever been breathed over the fallen dead. Thus he began: 67 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. How grandly and yet simply is the new nation announced with the equality of all men as its frontlet. The truths of the Declaration, so often proclaimed by him, and for which he was willing to die, are inscribed on the altar of the slain, while the country is summoned to their support, that our duty may not be left undone. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they, who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth. That speech, uttered at the field of Gettysburg, and now sanctified by the martyrdom of its author, is a monumental act. In the modesty of his nature, he said, "The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here." He was mistaken. The world noted at once what he said, and will never cease to remember it. The battle itself was less important than the speech. Ideas are more than battles. Among events assuring to him the general confidence against all party clamor and prejudice, this speech cannot be placed too high. To some who doubted his earnestness, it was touching proof of their error. Others who followed with indifference were warmed with grateful sympathy. Many felt its exquisite genius as well as lofty character. There were none to criticize. His re-election was not only a personal triumph, but a triumph of the Republic. For him personally, it was much to find his administration ratified. But for Republican ideas it was of incalculable value that at such a time the plume of the soldier had not prevailed. In the midst of war, the people at the ballot box deliberately selected the civilian. Ye who doubt the destinies of the Republic, who fear the ambition of a military chief, or suspect the popular will, do not forget that at this moment, when the noise of battle filled the whole land, the country quietly appointed for its ruler this man of peace. The inaugural address, which signalized his entry for a second time upon his great duties, was briefer than any in our history. But it has already gone further, and it will live longer than any other. It was a continuation of the Gettysburg speech, with the same sublimity and gentleness. Its concluding words were like an angelic benediction. And now there was surfeit of battle and of victory. Calmly he saw the land of slavery enveloped by the national forces, saw the great coil bent by his generals about it, saw the mighty garrote as it tightened against the neck of the rebellion. Good news came from all quarters. Everywhere the army was doing its duty. One was conquering in Tennessee, another was advancing in Georgia and Carolina, another was watching at Richmond. The Navy echoed back the thunders of the army. Place after place was falling: Savannah, Charleston, Fort Fisher, Wilmington. The President left the national capital to be near the Lieutenant General. Then came the capture of Petersburg and Richmond, with the flight of Jefferson Davis and his cabinet. Without pomp or military escort, the President entered the capital of the rebellion and walked its streets from which slavery had fled forever. Then came the surrender of Lee, that of Johnston was at hand. The military power of rebel slavery was broken like a Prince Rupert's drop, and everywhere within its confines the barbarous government tumbled in crash and ruin. The country was in ecstasy. All this he beheld without elation, while his soul was brooding on thoughts of peace and clemency. On the morning of Friday, 14th April, his youthful son, who had been on the staff of the Lieutenant General, returned to resume his interrupted studies. The father was happy in the sound of his footsteps, and felt the augury of peace. During the same day the Lieutenant General returned. In the intimacy of his family, the President said, "This day the war is over." In the evening he sought relaxation, and you know the rest. Alas, the war was not over. The minions of slavery were dogging him with unabated animosity, and that night he became a martyr. The country rose at once in agony of grief, and everywhere strong men wept. City, town, and village were darkened by the general obsequies. Every street was draped. Only ensigns of woe were seen. He had become, as it were, the inmate of every house, and the families of the land were in mourning. Not in the executive mansion only, but in uncounted homes was his vacant chair. Never before such universal sorrow. Already the voice of lamentation is returning from Europe, where candor towards him had begun even before his tragical death. A short time ago he was unknown, except in his own state. A short time ago he visited New York as a stranger, and was shown about its streets by youthful companions. 5 years later he was borne through those streets with funeral pomp such as the world never witnessed before. Space and speed were forgotten in the offering of hearts, and as the surpassing pageant, with more than sceptred pall, moved on iron highways over counties and states, from ocean side to prairie, the whole afflicted people bowed their uncovered heads. It was hard to comprehend this blow, and many cried in despair, but the rule of God is too visible to allow doubt of his constant presence. Did not our martyr in his last address remind us that the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether? And who will say that his death was not a judgment of the Lord? Perhaps it was needed to lift the country into a more perfect justice, and to inspire a sublimer faith. Perhaps it was sent in love, to set a sacred, irreversible seal upon the good he had done, and to put emancipation beyond all mortal question. Perhaps it was the sacrificial consecration of those primal truths embodied in the birthday Declaration of the Republic, which he had so often vindicated, and for which he had announced his willingness to die. He is gone, and he has been mourned sincerely. Only private sorrow would recall the dead. He is now removed beyond earthly vicissitudes. Life and death are both past. He had been happy in life. He was not less happy in death. In death, as in life, he was still under the guardianship of that divine providence which, taking him early by the hand, led him from obscurity to power and fame. The blow was sudden, but not unprepared for. Only on the Sunday preceding, as he was coming from the front on board the steamer with the beautiful quarto Shakespeare in his hands, he read aloud the well-remembered words of his favorite Macbeth. "Duncan is in his grave. After life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. Treason has done his worst, nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch him further." Impressed by their beauty, or by some presentiment unuttered, he read them aloud a second time. As the friends about listened to his reading, they little thought how in a few days what was said of the murdered Duncan would be said of him. Nothing can touch him further. He is saved from the trials that were gathering. He had fought the good fight of emancipation. He had borne the brunt of war with embattled hosts, and conquered. He had made the name of Republic a triumph and a joy in foreign lands. Now that the strife of blood was ended, it remained to be seen how he could confront those machinations which are only prolongation of the war, and more dangerous because more subtle, where recent rebels, with professions of union on the lips, but still denying the birthday Declaration of the Republic, vainly seek to organize peace on another oligarchy of the skin. From all these trials he was saved. But his testimony lives and will live forever, speaking by his life, speaking yet again by his death. Invisible to mortal sight, and now above all human weakness, he is still champion, as in his early conflict, summoning his countrymen back to the truths in the Declaration of Independence. Dead, he speaks with more than living voice. But the author of Emancipation cannot die. His immortality on earth has begun. Country and age are already enshrined in his example, as if he were the great poet gathered to his fathers. Back to the living hath he turned him, and all of death has passed away. The age that thought him dead and mourned him, itself now lives but in his lay. If the President were on earth, he would protest against any monotony of panegyric. He never exaggerated. He was always cautious in praise as in censure. In endeavor to estimate his character, we shall be nearer him in proportion as we cultivate the same spirit. In person he was tall and bony, with little resemblance to any historic portrait, unless he might seem in one respect to justify the epithet given to an early English king. As he stood, his form was angular, with something of that straightness in lines so peculiar in the figure of Dante by Flaxman. His countenance had more of rugged strength than his person, and while in repose, inclined to sadness. Yet it lighted easily. Perhaps the quality that struck most at first was his constant simplicity of manner and conversation, without form or ceremony beyond that among neighbors. His handwriting had the same simplicity. It was clear as that of Washington, but less florid. Each had been surveyor and was perhaps indebted to this experience. But the son of the Western pioneer was more simple in nature, and the man appeared in the autograph. An integrity which has become a proverb belonged to the same quality. The most perfect honesty must be the most perfect simplicity. Words by which an ancient Roman was described picture him. Vita innocentas simus proposito sanctissimus. He was naturally humane, inclined to pardon, and never remembered hard things against himself. He was always good to the poor, and in dealings with them was full of those kind little words which are of the same blood as great and holy deeds. On the Saturday before his death, I saw him shake hands with more than 5,000 soldier patients in the tent hospitals at City Point, and he told me afterwards that his arm was not tired. Such a character awakened the instinctive sympathy of the people. They saw his fellow feeling and felt the kinship. With him as President, the idea of republican institutions, where no place is too high for the humblest, was perpetually apparent, so that his simple presence was like a proclamation of human equality. While social in nature and enjoying the flow of conversation, he was often reticent. Modesty was natural to such a character. Without affectation, so was he without pretension or jealousy. No person, civil or military, complains that he appropriated to himself any honor belonging to another. To each and all he gave the credit that was due. And this same spirit appeared in smaller things. In a sally of congressional debate, he exclaimed that a fiery slave master of Georgia, who had just spoken, was an eloquent man and a man of learning, so far as he could judge, not being learned himself. His humor, like his integrity, has become a proverb. Sometimes he insisted that he had no invention, but only memory. Good things heard he did not forget, and he was never without a familiar story. When he spoke, the recent West seemed to vie with the ancient East in apologue and fable. His ideas moved as the beasts entered Noah's Ark, in pairs. His illustrations had a homely felicity, and seemed not less important to him than the argument, which he always enforced with a certain emphasis of manner and voice. This same humor was often displayed where there was no story, and with a point that might recall Franklin. I know not how the indifference to slavery exhibited by so many could be exposed more effectively than when he said of a political antagonist thus offending, "I suppose the institution of slavery really looks small to him. He is so put up by nature that a lash upon his back would hurt him, but a lash upon anybody else's back does not hurt him." And then again there is a bit of reply to Mr. Douglas, most characteristic not only for humor, but as showing how little at that time he was looking to the great place he reached so soon afterwards. "Senator Douglas," said he, "is of world-wide renown. All the anxious politicians of his party, or who have been of his party for years past, have been looking upon him as certainly, at no distant day, to be the President of the United States. They have seen in his round, jolly, fruitful face post offices and land offices, marshalships and cabinet appointments, chargéships and foreign missions, bursting and sprouting out in wonderful exuberance, ready to be laid hold of by their greedy hands. On the contrary, nobody has ever expected me to be President. In my poor, lean, lank face, nobody has ever seen that any cabbages were sprouting out. These are disadvantages, all taken together, that the Republicans labor under. We have to fight this battle upon principle, and upon principle alone. Here is a glimpse of himself as honorable as curious. In a different vein, he said while President, "The United States government must not undertake to run the churches." Here wisdom and humor vie with each other. He was original in mind as in character. His style was his own, having no model, but springing directly from himself. Failing often in correctness, it is sometimes unique in beauty and sentiment. There are passages which will live always. It is no exaggeration to say that in weight and pith, suffused in a certain poetical color, they call to mind Bacon's essays. Theirs also was a touching reality and unconscious power, without form or apparent effort. Nothing similar can be found in state papers. How poor are kings' speeches and presidential messages by the side of such utterances, fit harbingers of the sublime era of humanity. He was placed by Providence at the head of his country during an unprecedented crisis, when the fountains of the deep were broken up and men turned for protection to military power. Multitudinous armies were mustered, great navies were created. Of all these he was constitutional commander-in-chief. As the war proceeded, prerogatives enlarged and others sprang into being until the sway of a Republican president became imperial. But not for one moment did the modesty of his nature desert. His constant thought was his country and how to serve it. He saw the certain greatness of the Republic, and was pleased in looking forward to that early day when, according to assured calculation, its millions of people will count by the hundred. But this prodigious sway was commended to him only by the good of man. Personal ambition at the expense of patriotism was as far removed from the simple purity of his nature as poison from a strawberry. And thus, with equal courage in the darkest hours, he continued on, heeding as little the warnings of danger as the temptations of power. It would not do for a president, he said, to have guards with drawn sabers at his door, as if he fancied he were, or were trying to be, or were assuming to be, an emperor. In the same homeliness he spoke of his morning return to daily duty as opening shop. Though commissioning officers in multitudes beyond any other person of authentic history, he never learned the mystery of shoulder straps or of buttons in the military and naval uniforms, except that he noticed 3 stars on the shoulders of the lieutenant general. When he became president, he was without any considerable experience in public affairs, nor was he much versed in history, whose lessons would have been valuable. Becoming more familiar with the place, his facility increased. He had learned the ropes, so he said. But his habits of business were irregular and never those of dispatch. He did not see at once the just proportions of things, and allowed himself to be occupied by details. Even in small affairs, as well as great, there was in him a certain resistance to be overcome. Moments occurred when this delay excited impatience, and the transcendent question seemed to suffer. But when the blow fell, there was nothing but gratitude, and all confessed the singleness with which he sought the public good. A conviction prevailed that though slow to reach his conclusion, he was inflexible in maintaining it. Pompey boasted that by the stamp of his foot he could raise an army. The President did this by a word and more. According to his own saying, he put his foot down and saved a principle. This firmness in the right, as he saw it, was an anchor which held always. Emancipation, once adopted, was safe against recall or change. From time to time his determination was repeated in terms which awakened a throb in every liberty-loving bosom, as when, in the summer before the presidential election, in his letter "To Whom It May Concern," he announced the abandonment of slavery as an essential condition of peace, and thus again proclaimed emancipation. Or when, on another occasion, he said in simple words, "And the promise being made must be kept," and then again exclaimed loftily in words good to repeat, "If the people should, by whatever mode or means, make it an executive duty to re-enslave such persons, another, and not I, must be their instrument to perform it." All this was beautiful and grand. Sodom was burning, but there was no disposition to look back. In statement of moral truth and exposure of wrong, he was at times singularly cogent. There was fire as well as light in his words. Nobody more clearly exhibited slavery in its enormity. On one occasion he branded it as a monstrous injustice. On another he pictured the slave masters as wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces. And then, on still another, he said with fine simplicity of diction, "If slavery is not wrong, then nothing is wrong." Would you find condemnation more complete, you must go to John Brown, or to those famous words of John Wesley, where the great Methodist held up slavery as the execrable sum of all villainies. Another mind, more submissive to the truth he recognized, and less disposed to take counsel of tomorrow, would have hesitated less in carrying this judgment forward to its natural conclusion. His courage to apply truth was not always equal to his clearness in seeing it. The heights he gained in conscience were not always sustained in conduct, and have we not been told that the soul can gain heights it cannot keep? Thus, while condemning slavery, he still waited, till many feared that with him judgment would lose the name of action. Even while exalting human equality, assailed and derided by one of our ablest debaters, and insisting with admirable constancy that all, without distinction of color, are within the birthday promises of the Republic, he yet allowed himself to be pressed by his adversary to an illogical limitation of political rights. But he was willing at all times to learn, and not ashamed to change. Before death he expressed a desire that suffrage should be accorded to colored persons in certain cases. Yet here again he failed to apply the great declaration for which he so often contended. If suffrage be accorded to colored persons only in certain cases, then of course it can be accorded to whites only in the same cases, or equality ceases. It was his own frank confession that he had not controlled events, but they had controlled him. At the important stages of the war he followed rather than led. The people under God were masters. Let it not be forgotten that the national triumphs, and even emancipation itself, sprang from the great heart of the American people. Individual services have been important, but there is no man who was necessary. On one theme he inclined laterally to guide the public mind. It was the treatment of the rebel leaders. His policy was never announced, and of course would have been subject to modification always in the light of experience. But it is known that at the moment of his assassination he was occupied by thoughts of lenity and pardon. He was never harsh, even in speaking of Jefferson Davis, and only a few days before his end, when one who was privileged to address him in that way said, "Do not allow him to escape the law. He must be hanged," the President replied calmly in the words so beautifully adopted in his last inaugural address, "Judge not, that ye be not judged." And when pressed again by the remark that the sight of Libby Prison made it impossible to pardon him, the President repeated twice over the same words. The question of clemency to our rebels is the very theme so ably debated between Caesar and Cato, while the Roman Senate was considering how to treat the Confederates of Catiline. Caesar consented to confiscation and imprisonment, but pleaded for life. Cato was sterner. It is probable that the President, who was a Cato in patriotism, would have followed the counsels of Caesar. Good will to all men was with him a science as well as a sentiment. His nature was pacific, and throughout the terrible conflict his thoughts were always turned on peace. He wished peace among ourselves, and he wished peace with foreign powers. While abounding in gratitude to returned officers and men who had fought the national battle so well, he longed to see the sword in its scabbard never again to flash against the sky. His prudence found expression in the saying, "One war at a time," but his whole nature seemed to say, "Peace always." And yet it was his fortune to conduct one of the greatest wars in all time. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. So he worked and lived, and these words of his own might be his honest epitaph. His place in history may be seen from the transcendent events with which his name must be forever associated. The pyramids of our country are built by the people more than by any ruler, but the ruler of the people at such a moment cannot be forgotten. It is impossible to exaggerate the Proclamation of Emancipation as an historic event. Its influence cannot be limited to the present in place or time. It will reach beyond the national jurisdiction and beyond the present age. Besides its immediate efficacy in liberating slaves at home, it rises already a landmark of human progress. From the solidarity of slavery, the fall of this abomination among us must cause its fall everywhere, so that in Cuba, Porto Rico, Brazil, or wherever else a slave now wears a chain, that proclamation will be felt. Proudly will it be recognized always in the destinies of the Republic. Only a short time before, the Tsar of Russia, also by proclamation, raised 20 millions of serfs to the dignity of freemen. But even this eminent act was less historic. Though of incalculable importance to the serfs, it was not the triumph of popular government, and it came from the East instead of the West. It is to the West that the world now looks for sunrise. Video solem orientum in Occident. But the Emancipation Proclamation itself was an agency in the military overthrow of the rebellion, which, if regarded as an achievement of war, is one of the greatest in the annals of war, but if regarded in political consequences, is an epoch of history. Here again the magnitude of the event is fully appreciated only when it is considered that the triumph of the Republic is the triumph of popular institutions everywhere. It is much that the Republic has become impregnable, whether against malice domestic or foreign levy. But it is more that it has become an example to the world. That all this should be done under a President representing especially the people, speaking always in sympathy with the people in words of power never to be forgotten, and in sealing his devotion with life, adds to the splendor of the example. His are great heralds, such as few have had as they entered the lofty portals. Our martyred dead is seen also in the company to which he is admitted, among the purest of all time. Martyrs, patriots, philanthropists, servants of truth and duty, Milton, Hampden, Sidney, Wilberforce, all welcome the newcomer. Washington leads the hosts of his own country, from the pilgrims of the Mayflower to the thronging crowds who have laid down their lives for the Republic. By the association of a similar death, he passes into the same galaxy with Caesar, William of Orange, and Henry IV. of France, all of whom were assassinated, and his star will not pale by the side of theirs. Caesar was a contrast in everything, unless in clemency and the coincidence that each at the time of sacrifice was 56 years of age. How unlike in all else! Caesar was of brilliant lineage which he traced on one side to the immortal gods, and on the other to a recent chief of Rome, of completest education, of amplest means, of rarest experience, of acknowledged genius as statesman, soldier, orator, and writer, being in himself the most finished man of antiquity. But he was the enslaver of his country, whose personal ambition took the place of patriotism, and whose name has become the synonym of imperial power. Of princely birth and great riches, William of Orange began as page in the household of Charles V., on whose widespread dominions, the largest of modern history, the sun never set. The youthful page became companion and intimate of the powerful emperor. Unawed and unseduced, he upheld the liberties of his country, which he conducted wisely, surely, grandly, anticipating the example of Washington. His name of Silent suggests the reticence of his American parallel, like whom he was also a liberator. Henry IV. Of the House of Bourbon was a king memorable for practical sense, anecdote, and pregnant wit, with a certain Gallic salt. He, too, knew the trials of civil war, which he closed in peace and crowned with mercy. The national unity prevailed in him. The age of 56 witnessed also his death, leaving great plans unfulfilled, and his career emblazoned by the popular epic of his country, La Henriade of Voltaire. These are illustrious names, but there is nothing in them to eclipse the simple life of our President, whose example, commemorated by history and by song, will be the pride of humanity and a rebuke to every usurper. The cause he served was more than empire. The motive of his conduct was higher than success, as devotion to human rights is higher than genius or power, as man is higher than aught else on earth. More like him in certain aspects was the Roman Emperor Vespasian, whose just sway was prolonged in Titus, his son. Without ancestry or rank, he rose to the loftiest power, and when on these heights never dissembled the humility of his origin. The simplicity and frugality of early life were continued on the throne of the world. There was in the emperor a kindred humanity, and the same fondness for story and jest. But the common feature, bringing the two into one historic family, was generous indulgence to political opponents. It belongs to the fame of our President that in selections for the public service he forgot all personal differences. Capacity and devotion to the country were controlling recommendations before which every thought of opposition or rivalry, or even of injury, disappeared. Here the Roman emperor anticipated the American president, for the contemporary historian, in his brief record, presents him as very little mindful of affronts and enmities, or vindictive on their account. Such a character, whether at Rome or Washington, is an example for all. There is another character, taken away close upon the age of 56, who seems to have revived in the President. Do not be astonished when I mention St. Louis of France. Differences of epoch and of objects occupying attention cannot obscure certain kindred features, and especially the common consecration of their lives. The French monarch, though at the head of a military power, was a lover of peace, and cultivated justice towards his neighbors. Through him a barbarous institution was overthrown, and France advanced in civilization. The trial by battle, against which he launched a noble ordinance, was a curse not inferior to our slavery. In an age of violence he was gentle. In an age of privilege and wearing a crown, he was moved to the practice of equality. History recalls with undisguised applause the simple justice he delighted to administer, sitting under an oak in the park of Vincennes. Our President launched his ordinance at a barbarous institution, and advanced his country. He, too, practiced equality, and he also had his oak of Vincennes. It was that plain room where he was always so accessible as to make his example difficult for future presidents. At stated times he was open to all who came with petitions, and they flocked across the continent. The transactions of that simple court of last resort would show how much was done to temper the law, to assuage sorrow, and to care for the widow and orphan. But its only record is in heaven. Such, fellow citizens, are the life and character of Abraham Lincoln. You have discerned his simple beginnings, have watched his early struggles, have gratefully followed his dedication to the truths our fathers declared, have hailed him twice elected head of the Republic through whom it was known in foreign lands, have recognized him at a period of national peril as representative of the unfulfilled promises made by our fathers, even as Washington was representative of national independence. And you have beheld him struck down at the moment of victory, when rebel slavery was everywhere succumbing. Reverently we acknowledge the finger of the Almighty, and pray that our great trials may not fail, to the end that the promises of the fathers may be fulfilled, those promises so great and glorious, which make the Declaration a title deed of mankind. Traitorous assassination struck him down. Yet be not vindictive towards the poor atom that held the weapon. Reserve your rage for the responsible power, which, not content with assailing the life of the Republic, outraged all law, human and divine, organized barbarism as a principle of conduct, took the lives of faithful Unionists at home, prepared robbery and murder on the northern borders, fired hotels, the home of women and children, plotted to scatter pestilence and poison, perpetrated piracy and ship-burning at sea, starved American citizens in prolonged captivity, inflicted the slow torture of Andersonville and Libby, menaced assassination always, and now, at last, true to itself, has assassinated our President. And this responsible power is none other than slavery. It is slavery that has taken the life of our beloved Chief Magistrate, and here is another triumph of its barbarism. On slavery let vengeance fall. Spare, if you please, the worm it employs, but do not, I entreat you, yield amnesty to this murderous wickedness. Ravaillac, who took the life of the French Henry, was torn in pieces on the public square before the City Hall by 4 powerful horses, each fastened to one of his limbs, and rending in opposite directions, until at last, after fearful struggle, nothing of the wretched assassin remained to the executioner except his bloody shirt, which was at once handed over to be burned. Such be our vengeance, and let slavery be the victim. And not only slavery, which is another name for property in man, but also that other pretension, not less irrational and hateful, that human rights can depend on color. This is the bloody shirt of the assassin. Let it be handed over to be burned. Such a vengeance will be a kiss of reconciliation, for it will remove every obstacle to peace and harmony. The people where slavery once ruled will bless the blow that destroyed it. The people where the kindred tyranny of caste once prevailed will rejoice that this fell under the same blow. They will yet confess that it was dealt in no harshness, in no unkindness, in no desire to humiliate, but simply and solemnly in the name of the Republic and of human nature, for their good as well as ours. Aye, for their good more than ours. By ideas more than by armies we have conquered. The sword of the Archangel was less mighty than the mission he bore from the Lord. But if the ideas giving us the victory are now neglected, if the pledges of the Declaration, which the rebellion openly assailed, are left unredeemed, then have blood and treasure been lavished for naught. Alas for the dead who gave themselves so bravely to their country, alas for the living left to mourn the dead, if any relic of slavery is allowed to continue, especially if this bloody imposture, defeated in the pretensions of property in man, is allowed to perpetuate an oligarchy of the skin. How shall these ideas be saved? How shall the war waged by Abraham Lincoln be brought to an end, so as to assure peace, tranquility, and reconciliation? All turns on the colored suffrage. This is the center and pivot of national safety. A mistake now is worse than the loss of a battle. And yet here again we encounter the rebellion in its odious pretensions, hardly less audacious than when it took up arms. Amidst its expiring campfires, the men who have trimmed them, with fresh oaths of allegiance on the lips, renew their early activity in plotting how to preserve an oligarchical power. The demon of caste follows the demon of slavery. In setting ourselves against this accursed succession, we follow the solemn behests of the great Declaration, so constantly championed by the martyred President. And now, as I close this humble tribute, let me ask you to adopt that championship which was his first title to national gratitude and is now his best. Let each be a standard bearer of the Declaration. I cannot err if, speaking at his funeral, I detain you to insist upon this absorbing duty, where for the moment all other duties are swallowed up. The argument for colored suffrage is overwhelming. It springs from the necessity of the case as well as from the rights of man. This suffrage is needed for the security of the colored people, for the stability of the local government, and for the strength of the Union. Without it there is nothing but insecurity for the colored people, instability for the local government, and weakness for the Union, involving of course the national credit. Without it the rebellion will break forth under a new alias, unarmed it may be, but with white votes to take possession of the local government and wield it at will, whether at home or in the national councils. If it be said that the colored people are unfit, then do I show that they are more fit than their recent masters, or more than the poor whites. They have been loyal always, and who is he that under any pretense exalts the prejudice of the disloyal above the rights of the loyal? Their suffrage is now needed, more even than you ever needed their muskets or sabres. An English statesman, after the acknowledgment of the Spanish colonies as independent states, boasted that he had called a new world into existence to redress the balance of the old. In similar spirit we too must call a new ballot into existence to redress the tyranny that refuses justice to the colored race. The same national authority that destroyed slavery must see that this other pretension is not permitted to survive, nor is there any doubt that the authority which destroyed slavery is competent to the kindred duty. Each belongs to that great policy of justice through which alone can peace become permanent and immutable. Nor may the Republic shirk this remaining service without leaving emancipation unfinished and the early promise of the fathers unfulfilled. Vain the gift of liberty if you surrender the rights of the freedmen to be judged by recent assertors of property in man. Burke, in his day, saw the flagrant inconsistency and denounced it, saying that whatever such people did on this subject was arrant trifling, and notwithstanding its plausible form, always wanted what he aptly called the executory principle. These words of warning were adopted and repeated by two later statesmen, George Canning and Henry Brougham, but they are so clear as not to need support of names. The infant must not be handed over to be suckled by the wolf, it must be carefully nursed by its parent, and since the Republic is parent of emancipation, the Republic must nurse the immortal infant into maturity and strength. The Republic at the beginning took up this great work. The Republic must finish what it began, and it cannot err if in anxious care it holds nothing done so long as anything remains undone. The Republic, with matchless energy, hurled forward victorious armies. The Republic must exact that security for the future without which this unparalleled war will have been waged in vain. The Republic today, with one consenting voice, commemorates the martyred victim. The same Republic, prompt in this service, must require that his promises to an oppressed race be maintained in all their integrity and completeness, in letter and in spirit, so that the cause for which he became a sacrifice shall not fail. His martyrdom was a new pledge, beyond any even in life. The colored suffrage is an overwhelming necessity. In making it an essential condition of restoration, we follow, first, the law of reason and of nature, and secondly, the Constitution, not only in its text, but in the light of the Declaration. By reason and nature there can be no denial of rights on account of color, and we can do nothing thus irrational and unnatural. By the Constitution it is stipulated that the United States shall guarantee to every State a republican form of government. But the meaning of this guarantee must be found in the birthday declaration of the Republic, which is the controlling preamble of the Constitution. Beyond all question, the United States, when called to enforce the guarantee, must insist on the equality of all before the law and the consent of the governed. Such is the true idea of republican government according to American institutions. The slave masters driven from their first entrenchments occupy inner defenses. Property in man is abandoned, but they now insist that the freedman shall not enjoy political rights. Liberty has been won, the battle for equality is still pending. And now a new compromise is proposed in the name of states' rights. Sad that it should be so, but I do not despair. The victory may be delayed, but not lost. All who set themselves against equality will be overborne, for it is the cause of humanity. Not the rich and proud, but the poor and lowly will be the favorites of an enfranchised republic. The words of the prophet must be fulfilled, and I will punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. I accept these sublime promises and echo them back as assurance of triumph. Then will the Republic be all that heart can desire or imagination paint, supremely lovely and serenely great, majestic mother of a free, happy, and united people, with slavery and all its tyranny beaten down underfoot, so that no man shall call another master, and all shall be equal before the law. In this great victory death is swallowed up, and before us is the vision of the Republic performing all that was promised. How easy then the passage from sorrow to exultation. Fellow citizens, be happy in what you have. Mourn not the dead, but rejoice in his life and example. Rejoice as you point to this child of the people, who was lifted so high that republican institutions became manifest in him. Rejoice that through him emancipation was proclaimed. Rejoice that under him government of the people, by the people, and for the people, obtained a final verdict, never to be set aside or questioned. Above all, see to it that his constant vows are performed and the promises of the fathers maintained, so that no person in the upright form of man is shut out from their protection. Do this, and the unity of the Republic will be fixed on a foundation that cannot fail. The cornerstone of national independence is already in its place, and on it is inscribed the name of George Washington. Another stone must also have place at the corner. It is the great Declaration itself, once a promise, at last a reality. On this adamantine block we will gratefully inscribe the name of Abraham Lincoln. End of Part 8. Part 9 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9. Oration in Union Square, April 25, 1865, at the funeral obsequies of Abraham Lincoln in the city of New York. Eulogy by George Bancroft. Our grief and horror at the crime which has clothed the continent in mourning find no adequate expression in words and no relief in tears. The President of the United States of America has fallen by the hands of an assassin. Neither the office with which he was invested by the approved choice of a mighty people, nor the most simple-hearted kindliness of nature could save him from the fiendish passions of relentless fanaticism. The wailings of the millions attend his remains as they are borne in solemn procession over our great rivers, along the seaside, beyond the mountains, across the prairie, to their resting place in the valley of the Mississippi. His funeral knell vibrates through the world, and the friends of freedom of every tongue and in every clime are his mourners. Too few days have passed away since Abraham Lincoln stood in the flush of vigorous manhood to permit any attempt at an analysis of his character or an exposition of his career. We find it hard to believe that his large eyes, which in their softness and beauty expressed nothing but benevolence and gentleness, are closed in death. We almost look for the pleasant smile that brought out more vividly the earnest cast of his features, which were serious even to sadness. A few years ago he was a village attorney, engaged in the support of a rising family, unknown to fame, scarcely named beyond his neighborhood. His administration made him the most conspicuous man in his country, and drew on him first the astonished gaze and then the respect and admiration of the world. Those who come after us will decide how much of the wonderful results of his public career is due to his own common sense, his shrewd sagacity, readiness of wit, quick interpretation of the public mind, his rare combination of fixedness and pliancy, his steady tendency of purpose, how much to the American people, who as he walked with them side by side, inspired him with their wisdom and energy, and how much to the overruling laws of the moral world, by which the selfishness of evil is made to defeat itself. But after every allowance it will remain that members of the government which preceded his administration opened the gates to treason, and he closed them; that when he went to Washington the ground on which he trod shook under his feet, and he left the Republic on a solid foundation; that traitors had seized public forts and arsenals, and he recovered them for the United States, to whom they belonged; that the Capitol, which he found the abode of slaves, is now the home only of the free; that the boundless public domain, which was grasped at and in a great measure held for the diffusion of slavery, is now irrevocably devoted to freedom; that then men talked a jargon of a balance of power in a republic between slave states and free states, and now the foolish words are blown away forever by the breath of Maryland, Missouri, and Tennessee; that a terrible cloud of political heresy rose from the abyss, threatening to hide the light of the sun, and under its darkness a rebellion was growing into indefinable proportions. Now the atmosphere is purer than ever before, and the insurrection is vanished away. The country is cast into another mold, and the gigantic system of wrong, which had been the work of more than 2 centuries, is dashed down, we hope forever. And as to himself personally, he was then scoffed at by the proud as unfit for his station, and now, against the usage of later years, and in spite of numerous competitors, he was the unbiased and the undoubted choice of the American people for a second term of service. Through all the mad business of treason, he retained the sweetness of a most placable disposition; and the slaughter of myriads of the best on the battlefield, and the more terrible destruction of our men in captivity by the slow torture of exposure and starvation, had never been able to provoke him into harboring one vengeful feeling or one purpose of cruelty. How shall the nation most completely show its sorrow at Mr. Lincoln's death? How shall it best honor his memory? There can be but one answer. He was struck down when he was highest in its service, and in strict conformity with duty was engaged in carrying out principles affecting its life, its good name, and its relations to the cause of freedom and the progress of mankind. Grief must take the character of action, and breathe itself forth in the assertion of the policy to which he fell a victim. The standard which he held in his hand must be uplifted again, higher and more firmly than before, and must be carried on to triumph. Above everything else, his proclamation of the 1st day of January, 1863, declaring throughout the parts of the country in rebellion the freedom of all persons who had been held as slaves, must be affirmed and maintained. Events, as they rolled forward, have removed every doubt of the legality and binding force of that proclamation. The country and the rebel government have each laid claim to the public service of the slave, and yet but one of the two can have a rightful claim to such service. That rightful claim belongs to the United States, because everyone born on her soil, with the few exceptions of the children of travelers and transient residents, owes them a primary allegiance. Everyone so born has been counted among those represented in Congress. Every slave has ever been represented in Congress, imperfectly and wrongly it may be, but still has been counted and represented. The slave born on our soil always owed allegiance to the general government. It may in time past have been a qualified allegiance, manifested through his master, as the allegiance of a ward through its guardian, or of an infant through its parent. But when the master became false to his allegiance, the slave stood face to face with his country, and his allegiance, which may before have been a qualified one, became direct and immediate. His chains fell off, and he rose at once in the presence of the nation, bound, like the rest of us, to its defense. Mr. Lincoln's proclamation did but take notice of the already existing right of the bondman to freedom. The treason of the master made it a public crime for the slave to continue his obedience. The treason of a state set free the collective bondman of that state. This doctrine is supported by the analogy of precedents. In the times of feudalism, the treason of the lord of the manor deprived him of his serfs. The spurious feudalism that existed among us differs in many respects from the feudalism of the Middle Ages, but so far the precedent runs parallel with the present case. For treason, the master then, for treason, the master now, loses his slaves. In the Middle Ages, the sovereign appointed another lord over the serfs and the land which they cultivated. In our day, the sovereign makes them masters of their own persons, lords over themselves. It has been said that we are at war, and that emancipation is not a belligerent right. The objection disappears before analysis. In a war between independent powers, the invading foreigner invites to his standard all who will give him aid, whether bond or free, and he rewards them according to his ability and his pleasure with gifts or freedom. But when at a peace he withdraws from the invaded country, he must take his aiders and comforters with him. Or if he leaves them behind, where he has no court to enforce his decrees, he can give them no security, unless it be by the stipulations of a treaty. In a civil war it is altogether different. There, when rebellion is crushed, the old government is restored, and its courts resume their jurisdiction. So it is with us. The United States have courts of their own that must punish the guilt of treason and vindicate the freedom of persons whom the fact of rebellion has set free. Nor may it be said that because slavery existed in most of the States when the Union was formed, it cannot rightfully be interfered with now. A change has taken place, such as Madison foresaw, and for which he pointed out the remedy. The constitutions of States had been transformed before the plotters of treason carried them away into rebellion. When the Federal Constitution was framed, general emancipation was thought to be near, and everywhere the respective legislatures had authority, in the exercise of their ordinary functions, to do away with slavery. Since that time the attempt has been made in what are called slave States, to render the condition of slavery perpetual, and events have proved with the clearness of demonstration that a constitution which seeks to continue a caste of hereditary bondmen through endless generations is inconsistent with the existence of republican institutions. So then, the new President and the people of the United States must insist that the proclamation of freedom shall stand as a reality. And moreover, the people must never cease to insist that the Constitution shall be so amended as utterly to prohibit slavery on any part of our soil forevermore. Alas, that a State in our vicinity should withhold its assent to this last beneficent measure. Its refusal was an encouragement to our enemies equal to the gain of a pitched battle. and delays the only hopeful method of pacification. The removal of the cause of the rebellion is not only demanded by justice, it is the policy of mercy, making room for a wider clemency. It is the part of order against a chaos of controversy. Its success brings with it true reconcilement, a lasting peace, a continuous growth of confidence through an assimilation of the social condition. Here is the fitting expression of the mourning of today. And let no lover of his country say that this mourning is uncalled for. The cry is delusive that slavery is dead. Even now it is nerving itself for a fresh struggle for continuance. The last winds from the South waft to us the sad intelligence that a man who had surrounded himself with the glory of the most brilliant and most varied achievements, who but a week ago was counted with affectionate pride among the greatest benefactors of his country, and the ablest generals of all time, has initiated the exercise of more than the whole power of the executive, and under the name of peace, has perhaps unconsciously revived slavery and given the hope of security and political power to traitors from the Chesapeake to the Rio Grande. Why should he not remember the dying advice of Washington never to draw the sword but for self-defense, or the rights of his country, and when drawn, never to sheathe it until its work should be accomplished? And yet from this ill-considered act, which the people with one united voice condemn, no great evil will follow save the shadow on his own fame, and that also we hope will pass away. The individual, even in the greatness of military glory, sinks into insignificance before the resistless movement of ideas in the history of man. No one can turn back or stay the march of Providence. No sentiment of despair may mix with our sorrow. We owe it to the memory of the dead, we owe it to the cause of popular liberty throughout the world, that the sudden crime which has taken the life of the President of the United States shall not produce the least impediment in the smooth course of public affairs. This great city, in the midst of unexampled emblems of deeply seated grief, has sustained itself with composure and magnanimity. It has nobly done its part in guarding against the derangement of business or the slightest shock to public credit. The enemies of the Republic put it to the severest trial, but the voice of faction has not been heard. Doubt and despondency have been unknown. In serene majesty the country rises in the beauty and strength and hope of youth, and proves to the world the quiet energy and the durability of institutions growing out of the reason and affections of the people. Heaven has willed it that the United States shall live. The nations of the earth cannot spare them. All the worn-out aristocracies of Europe saw in the spurious feudalism of slaveholding their strongest outpost, and banded themselves together with the deadly enemies of our national life. If the Old World will discuss the respective advantages of oligarchy or equality, of the union of church and state, or the rightful freedom of religion, of land accessible to the many or of land monopolized by an ever-decreasing number of the few, the United States must live to control the decision by their quiet and unobtrusive example. It has often and truly been observed that the trust and affection of the masses gather naturally round an individual. If the inquiry is made whether the man so trusted and beloved shall elicit from the reason of the people enduring institutions of their own, or shall sequester political power for a superintending dynasty, the United States must live to solve the problem. If a question is raised on the respective merits of Timoleon or Julius Caesar, of Washington or Napoleon, the United States must be there to call to mind that there were 12 Caesars, most of them the opprobrium of the human race, and to contrast with them the line of American presidents. The duty of the hour is incomplete, our mourning is insincere, if, while we express unwavering trust in the great principles that underlie our government, we do not also give our support to the man to whom the people have entrusted its administration. Andrew Johnson is now, by the Constitution, the President of the United States, and he stands before the world as the most conspicuous representative of the industrial classes. Left an orphan at 4 years old, poverty and toil were his steps to honor. His youth was not passed in the halls of colleges, nevertheless he has received a thorough political education in statesmanship in the school of the people, and by long experience of public life. A village functionary, member successively of each branch of the Tennessee legislature, hearing with a thrill of joy the words, "The Union, it must be preserved," a representative in Congress for successive years, governor of the great state of Tennessee, approved as its governor by re-election, he was at the opening of the rebellion a senator from that state in Congress. Then at the Capitol, when senators, unrebuked by the government, sent word by telegram to seize forts and arsenals, he alone from the southern region told them what the government did not dare to tell them, that they were traitors and deserved the punishment of treason. Undismayed by a perpetual purpose of public enemies to take his life, bearing up against the still greater trial of the persecution of his wife and children, in due time he went back to his state, determined to restore it to the Union, or die with the American flag for his winding sheet. And now, at the call of the United States, he has returned to Washington as a conqueror, with Tennessee as a free state for his trophy. It remains for him to consummate the vindication of the Union. To that Union Abraham Lincoln has fallen a martyr. His death, which was meant to sever it beyond repair, binds it more closely and more firmly than ever. The blow aimed at him was aimed not at the native of Kentucky, not at the citizen of Illinois, but at the man who, as President in the executive branch of the government, stood as the representative of every man in the United States. The object of the crime was the life of the whole people, and it wounds the affections of the whole people. From Maine to the southwest boundary on the Pacific, it makes us one. The country may have needed an imperishable grief to touch its inmost feeling. The grave that receives the remains of Lincoln receives the costly sacrifice to the Union. The monument which will rise over his body will bear witness to the Union. His enduring memory will assist during countless ages to bind the States together and to incite to the love of our one undivided, indivisible country. Peace to the ashes of our departed friend, the friend of his country and his race. He was happy in his life, for he was the restorer of the Republic. He was happy in his death, for his martyrdom will plead forever for the Union of the States and the freedom of man. End of Part 9. Part 10 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 10. Ode for the Funeral of Abraham Lincoln. Poem by William Cullen Bryant. O, slow to smite and swift to spare, gentle and merciful and just, who in the fear of God didst bear the sword of power, a nation's trust. In sorrow by thy bier I stand, amid the awe that hushes all, and speak the anguish of a land that shook with horror at thy fall. Thy task is done, the bond are free. We bear thee to an honored grave, whose noblest monument shall be the broken fetters of the slave. Pure was thy life, its bloody close hath placed thee with the sons of light, among the noble host of those who perished in the cause of right. End of Part 10. Part 11 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 11. Death of Abraham Lincoln. Lecture delivered in New York, April 14, 1879, in Philadelphia, 1880, in Boston, 1881. Essay by Walt Whitman. How often since that dark and dripping Saturday, that chilly April day, now 15 years bygone, my heart has entertained the dream, the wish, to give of Abraham Lincoln's death its own special thought and memorial. Yet now the sought-for opportunity offers, I find my notes incompetent. Why, for surely profound themes, is statement so idle? Why does the right phrase never offer? And the fit tribute I dream of waits unprepared as ever. My talk here, indeed, is less because of itself or anything in it, and nearly altogether because I feel a desire, apart from any talk, to specify the day, the martyrdom. It is for this, my friends, I have called you together. Oft as the rolling years bring back this hour, let it again, however briefly, be dwelt upon. For my own part, I hope and desire, till my own dying day, whenever the 14th or 15th of April comes, to annually gather a few friends and hold its tragic reminiscence. No narrow or sectional reminiscence. It belongs to these States in their entirety, not the North only, but the South. Perhaps belongs most tenderly and devoutly to the South of all. For there, really, this man's birth-stock. There and thence his antecedent stamp. Why should I not say that thence his manliest traits, his universality, his canny, easy ways and words upon the surface, his inflexible determination and courage at heart? Have you never realized it, my friends, that Lincoln, though grafted on the West, is essentially, in personnel and character, a Southern contribution? And though by no means proposing to resume the Secession War tonight, I would briefly remind you of the public conditions preceding that contest. For 20 years, and especially during the 4 or 5 before the war actually began, the aspect of affairs in the United States, though without the flash of military excitement, presents more than the survey of a battle or any extended campaign or series even of nature's convulsions. The hot passions of the South, the strange mixture in the North of inertia, incredulity, and conscious power, the incendiarism of the abolitionists, the rascality and grip of the politicians, unparalleled in any land, any age. To these I must not omit adding the honesty of the essential bulk of the people everywhere. Yet with all the seething fury and contradiction of their natures, more aroused than the Atlantic waves in wildest equinox. In politics, what can be more ominous, though generally unappreciated then? What more significant than the Presidentiads of Fillmore and Buchanan, proving conclusively that the weakness and wickedness of elected rulers are just as likely to afflict us here as in the countries of the Old World, under their monarchies, emperors, and aristocracies. In that Old World were everywhere heard underground rumblings that died out, only to again surely return; while in America the volcano, though civic yet, continued to grow more and more convulsive, more and more stormy and threatening. In the height of all this excitement and chaos, hovering on the edge at first, and then merged in its very midst and destined to play a leading part, appears a strange and awkward figure. I shall not easily forget the first time I ever saw Abraham Lincoln. It must have been about the 18th or 19th of February, 1861. It was rather a pleasant afternoon in New York City, as he arrived there from the West to remain a few hours, and then pass on to Washington to prepare for his inauguration. I saw him in Broadway, near the site of the present post office. He came down, I think, from Canal Street to stop at the Astor House. The broad spaces, sidewalks, and streets in the neighborhood, and for some distance, were crowded with solid masses of people, many thousands. The omnibuses and other vehicles had all been turned off, leaving an unusual hush in that busy part of the city. Presently 2 or 3 shabby hack barouches made their way with some difficulty through the crowd, and drew up at the Astor House entrance. A tall figure stepped out of the center of these barouches, paused leisurely on the sidewalk, looked up at the granite walls and looming architecture of the grand old hotel, then, after a relieving stretch of arms and legs, turned round for over a minute to slowly and good-humoredly scan the appearance of the vast and silent crowds. There were no speeches, no compliments, no welcome, as far as I could hear, not a word said. Still, much anxiety was concealed in that quiet. Cautious persons had feared some marked insult or indignity to the President-elect, for he possessed no personal popularity at all in New York City, and very little political. But it was evidently tacitly agreed that if the few political supporters of Mr. Lincoln present would entirely abstain from any demonstration on their side, the immense majority, who were anything but supporters, would abstain on their side also. The result was a sulky, unbroken silence, such as certainly never before characterized so great a New York crowd. Almost in the same neighborhood I distinctly remembered seeing Lafayette on his visit to America in 1825. I had also personally seen and heard, various years afterward, how Andrew Jackson, Clay Webster, Hungarian Kossuth, Filibuster Walker, the Prince of Wales on his visit, and other celebs, native and foreign, had been welcomed there, all that indescribable human roar and magnetism unlike any other sound in the universe, the glad exulting thunder shouts of countless unloosed throats of men. But on this occasion, not a voice, not a sound. From the top of an omnibus, driven up one side, close by, and blocked by the curbstone and the crowds, I had, I say, a capital view of it all, and especially of Mr. Lincoln, his look and gait, his perfect composure and coolness, his unusual and uncouth height, his dress of complete black, stovepipe hat pushed back on the head, dark brown complexion, seamed and wrinkled, yet canny-looking face, black bushy head of hair, disproportionately long neck, and his hands held behind as he stood observing the people. He looked with curiosity upon that immense sea of faces, and the sea of faces returned the look with similar curiosity. In both there was a dash of comedy, almost farce, such as Shakespeare puts in his blackest tragedies. The crowd that hemmed around consisted, I should think, of 30,000 to 40,000 men, not a single one his personal friend, while I have no doubt, so frenzied were the ferments of the time, many an assassin's knife and pistol lurked in hip or breast pocket there, ready as soon break and riot come. But no break or riot came. The tall figure gave another relieving stretch or two of arms and legs, then, with moderate pace and accompanied by a few unknown-looking persons, ascended the portico steps of the Astor House, disappeared through its broad entrance, and the dumb show ended. I saw Abraham Lincoln often the 4 years following that date. He changed rapidly and much during his presidency, but this scene and him in it are indelibly stamped upon my recollection. As I sat on the top of my omnibus and had a good view of him, the thought, dim and inchoate then, has since come out clear enough, that 4 sorts of genius, 4 mighty and primal hands, will be needed to the complete limning of this man's future portrait: the eyes and brains and finger-touch of Plutarch and Aeschylus and Michelangelo, assisted by Rabelais. And now, Mr. Lincoln passing on from this scene to Washington, where he was inaugurated amid armed cavalry and sharpshooters at every point, the first instance of the kind in our history, and I hope it will be the last. Now the rapid succession of well-known events. Too well known, I believe, these days, we almost hate to hear them mentioned. The national flag fired on at Sumter, the uprising of the North in paroxysms of astonishment and rage, the chaos of divided councils, the call for troops, the first Bull Run, the stunning cast-down, shock and dismay of the North, and so in full flood the Succession War. 4 years of lurid, bleeding, murky, murderous war. Who paint those years with all their scenes? The hard-fought engagements, the defeats, plans, failures, the gloomy hours, days, when our nationality seemed hung in pall of doubt, perhaps death, the Mephistophelian sneers of foreign lands and attachés, the dreaded Scylla of European interference, and the Charybdis of the tremendously dangerous latent strata of secession sympathizers throughout the Free States, far more numerous than is supposed, the long marches in summer, the hot sweat, and many a sunstroke, as on the rush to Gettysburg in '63, the night battles in the woods, as under Hooker at Chancellorsville, the camps in winter, the military prisons, the hospitals, alas, alas, the hospitals. The Succession War? Nay, let me call it the Union War. Though whatever called, it is even yet too near us, too vast and too closely overshadowing, its branches unformed yet, but certain, shooting too far into the future, and the most indicative and mightiest of them yet ungrown. A great literature will yet arise out of the era of those 4 years, those scenes, era compressing centuries of native passion, first-class pictures, tempests of life and death, an inexhaustible mine for the histories, drama, romance, and even philosophy of peoples to come. Indeed, the vertebra of poetry and art, of personal character too, for all future America, far more grand, in my opinion, to the hands capable of it, than Homer's Siege of Troy, or the French wars to Shakespeare. But I must leave these speculations and come to the theme I have assigned and limited myself to. Of the actual murder of President Lincoln, though so much has been written, probably the facts are yet very indefinite in most persons' minds. I read from my memoranda, written at the time, and revised frequently and finally since. The day, April 14, 1865, seems to have been a pleasant one throughout the whole land, the moral atmosphere pleasant too, the long storm, so dark, so fratricidal, full of blood and doubt and gloom, over and ended at last by the sunrise of such an absolute national victory, an utter breakdown of secessionism, we almost doubted our own senses. Lee had capitulated beneath the apple tree of Appomattox. The other armies, the phalanges of the revolt, swiftly followed. And could it really be, then? Out of all the affairs of this world of woe and failure and disorder, was there really come the confirmed, unerring sign of plan, like a shaft of pure light, of rightful rule, of God? So the day, as I say, was propitious. Early herbage, early flowers were out. I remember where I was stopping at the time, the season being advanced, there were many lilacs in full bloom. By one of those caprices that enter and give tinge to events without being at all a part of them, I find myself always reminded of the great tragedy of that day by the sight and odor of these blossoms. It never fails. But I must not dwell on accessories. The deed hastens. The popular afternoon paper of Washington, the little Evening Star, had spattered all over its 3rd page, divided among the advertisements in a sensational manner, in 100 different places, "The President and his lady will be at the theatre this evening." Lincoln was fond of the theatre. I have myself seen him there several times. I remember thinking how funny it was that he, in some respects the leading actor in the stormiest drama known to real history's stage, through centuries, should sit there and be so completely interested and absorbed in those human jackstraws moving about with their silly little gestures, foreign spirit, and flatulent text. On this occasion the theatre was crowded, many ladies in rich and gay costumes, officers in their uniforms, many well-known citizens, young folks, the usual clusters of gaslights, the usual magnetism of so many people, cheerful with perfumes, music of violins and flutes, and over all and saturating all, that vast vague wonder, victory, the nation's victory, the triumph of the Union, filling the air, the thought, the sense with exhilaration more than all music and perfumes. The President came betimes, and with his wife witnessed the play from the large stage boxes of the second tier, two thrown into one, and profusely draped with the national flag. The acts and scenes of the piece, one of those singularly written compositions which have at least the merit of giving entire relief to an audience engaged in mental action or business excitements and cares during the day, as it makes not the slightest call on either the moral, emotional, aesthetic, or spiritual nature. A piece, Our American Cousin, in which, among other characters, so called a Yankee, certainly such a one as was never seen, or the least like it ever seen, in North America, is introduced in England, with a varied folderol of talk, plot, scenery, and such phantasmagoria as goes to make up a modern popular drama, had progressed through perhaps a couple of its acts, when, in the midst of this comedy, or none such, or whatever it is to be called, and to offset it, or finish it out, as if in Nature's and in the great Muse's mockery of those poor mimes, came interpolated that scene, not really or exactly to be described at all, for on the many hundreds who were there, it seems to this hour to have left a passing blur, a dream, a blot, and yet partially to be described as I now proceed to give it. There is a scene in the play representing a modern parlour, in which two unprecedented English ladies are informed, by the impossible Yankee, that he is not a man of fortune, and therefore undesirable for marriage-catching purposes, after which, the comments being finished, the dramatic trio make exit, leaving the stage clear for a moment. At this period came the murder of Abraham Lincoln. Great as all its manifold train, circling round it, and stretching into the future for many a century, in the politics, history, art, and so forth of the New World, in point of fact, the main thing, the actual murder, transpired with the quiet and simplicity of any commonest occurrence, the bursting of a bud or pod in the growth of vegetation, for instance. Through the general hum following the stage pause, with the change of positions, came the muffled sound of a pistol shot, which not 1/100th part of the audience heard at the time, and yet a moment's hush, somehow, surely, a vague startled thrill, and then, through the ornamented, draperied, starred and striped spaceway of the President's box, a sudden figure, a man, raises himself with hands and feet, stands a moment on the railing, leaps below to the stage, a distance of perhaps 14 or 15 feet, falls out of position, catching his boot heel in the copious drapery, the American flag, falls on one knee, quickly recovers himself, rises as if nothing had happened (he really sprains his ankle, but unfelt then), and so the figure, Booth, the murderer, dressed in plain black broadcloth, bareheaded, with full glossy raven hair, and his eyes like some mad animal's flashing with light and resolution, yet with a certain strange calmness, holds aloft in one hand a large knife, walks along, not much back from the footlights, turns fully toward the audience, his face of statuesque beauty lit by those basilisk eyes, flashing with desperation, perhaps insanity, launches out in a firm and steady voice the words "Sic semper tyrannis," and then walks with neither slow nor very rapid pace diagonally across to the back of the stage and disappears. Had not all this terrible scene, making the mimic ones preposterous, had it not all been rehearsed in blank by Booth beforehand? A moment's hush, a scream, the cry of "Murder!" Mrs. Lincoln leaning out of the box with ashy cheeks and lips, with involuntary cry, pointing to the retreating figure, "He has killed the President!" And still a moment's strange, incredulous suspense, and then the deluge. Then that mixture of horror, noises, uncertainty, the sound somewhere back of a horse's hoofs clattering with speed. The people burst through chairs and railings and break them up. There is inextricable confusion and terror. Women faint. Quite feeble persons fall and are trampled on. Many cries of agony are heard. The broad stage suddenly fills to suffocation with a dense and motley crowd, like some horrible carnival. The audience rush generally upon it, at least the strong men do. The actors and actresses are all there in their play costumes and painted faces, with mortal fright showing through the rouge. The screams and calls, confused talk, redoubled, trebled. 2 or 3 manage to pass out water from the stage to the President's box. Others try to clamber up, and so on, and so on. In the midst of all this, the soldiers of the President's guard, with others suddenly drawn to the scene, burst in, some 200 altogether. They stormed the house, through all the tiers, especially the upper ones, inflamed with fury, literally charging the audience with fixed bayonets, muskets, and pistols, shouting, clear out, you sons of blank!" Such the wild scenes, or a suggestion of it rather, inside the playhouse that night. Outside, too, in the atmosphere of shock and craze, crowds of people filled with frenzy, ready to seize any outlet for it, come near committing murder several times on innocent individuals. One such case was especially exciting. The infuriated crowd, through some chance, got started against one man, either for words he uttered, or perhaps without any cause at all, and were proceeding at once to actually hang him on a neighboring lamp-post, when he was rescued by a few heroic policemen, who placed him in their midst, and fought their way slowly, and amid great peril, toward the station-house. It was a fitting episode of the whole affair. The crowd rushing and eddying to and fro, the night, the yells, the pale faces, many frightened people trying in vain to extricate themselves, the attacked man not yet freed from the jaws of death, looking like a corpse, the silent, resolute half-dozen policemen, with no weapons but their little clubs, yet stern and steady through all those eddying swarms, made a fitting side scene to the grand tragedy of the murder. They gained the station-house with the protected man, whom they placed in security for the night, and discharged him in the morning. And in the midst of that pandemonium, infuriated soldiers, the audience and the crowd, the stage and all its actors and actresses, its paint-pots, spangles and gaslights, the life-blood from those veins, the best and sweetest of the land, drips slowly down, and death's ooze already begins its little bubbles on the lips. Thus the visible incidents and surroundings of Abraham Lincoln's murder, as they really occurred. Thus ended the attempted secession of these states. Thus the 4 years' war. But the main things come subtly and invisibly afterwards, perhaps long afterward, neither military, political, nor, great as those are, historical. I say, certain secondary and indirect results out of the tragedy of this death are in my opinion greatest. Not the event of the murder itself. Not that Mr. Lincoln strings the principal points and personages of the period like beads upon the single string of his career. Not that his idiosyncrasy, in its sudden appearance and disappearance, stamps this republic with a stamp more marked and enduring than any yet given by any one man, more even than Washington's. But, joined with these, the immeasurable value and meaning of that whole tragedy lies to me in senses finally dearest to a nation, and here all our own, the imaginative and artistic senses, the literary and dramatic ones; not in any common or low meaning of those terms, but a meaning precious to the race and to every age. A long and varied series of contradictory events arrives at last at its highest, poetic, single, central, pictorial dénouement. The whole involved, baffling, multiform whirl of the secession period comes to a head, and is gathered in one brief flash of lightning illumination, one simple, fierce deed. Its sharp culmination, and as it were solution of so many bloody and angry problems, illustrates those climax moments on the stage of universal time, where the historic muse at one entrance and the tragic muse at the other, suddenly ringing down the curtain, close an immense act in the long drama of creative thought, and give it radiation, tableau, stranger than fiction. Fit radiation, fit close. How the imagination, how the student loves these things! America, too, is to have them. For not in all great deaths, nor far nor near, nor Caesar in the Roman Senate House, or Napoleon passing away in the wild night storm of St. Helena, not Palaeologus falling desperately fighting, piled over dozens deep with Grecian corpses, not calm old Socrates drinking the hemlock, outvies that terminus of the secession war in one man's life, here in our midst, in our own time, that seal of the emancipation of 3,000,000 slaves, that parturition and delivery of our at last really free republic, born again, henceforth to commence its career of genuine homogeneous union, compact, consistent with itself. Nor will ever future American patriots and Unionists, indifferently over the whole land, or North or South, find a better moral to their lesson. The final use of the greatest men of a nation is, after all, not with reference to their deeds in themselves, or their direct bearing on their times or lands. The final use of a heroic, eminent life, especially of a heroic, eminent death, is its indirect filtering into the nation and the race, and to give, often at many removes, but unerringly, age after age, color and fiber to the personalism of the youth and maturity of that age and of mankind. Then there is a cement to the whole people, subtler, more underlying than anything in written constitution or courts or armies, namely the cement of a death identified thoroughly with that people at its head and for its sake. Strange, is it not, that battles, martyrs, agonies, blood, even assassination, should so condense, perhaps only really lastingly condense, a nationality? I repeat it, the grand deaths of the race, the dramatic deaths of every nationality, are its most important inheritance value, in some respects beyond its literature and art, as the hero is beyond his finest portrait, and the battle itself beyond its choicest song or epic. Is not here indeed the point underlying all tragedy, the famous pieces of the Grecian masters, and all masters? Why, if the old Greeks had had this man, what trilogies of plays, what epics would have been made out of him! How the rhapsodes would have recited him! How quickly that quaint tall form would have entered into the region where men vitalize gods, and gods divinify men! But Lincoln, his times, his death, great as any age, belong together to our own, and are autochthonic. Sometimes, indeed, I think our American days, our own stage, the actors we know and have shaken hands or talked with, more fateful than anything in Aeschylus, more heroic than the fighters around Troy, afford kings of men for our democracy prouder than Agamemnon, models of character cute and hardy as Ulysses, deaths more pitiful than Priam's. When centuries hence, as it must, in my opinion, be centuries hence, before the life of these states or of democracy can be really written and illustrated, the leading historians and dramatists seek for some personage, some special event, incisive enough to mark with deepest cut and mnemonize this turbulent 19th century of ours, not only these states, but all over the political and social world, something, perhaps, to close that gorgeous procession of European feudalism with all its pomp and caste prejudices, of whose long train we in America are yet so inextricably the heirs, something to identify with terrible identification by far the greatest revolutionary step in the history of the United States, perhaps the greatest of the world, our century, the absolute extirpation and erasure of slavery from the States. Those historians will seek in vain for any point to serve more thoroughly their purpose than Abraham Lincoln's death. Dear to the Muse, thrice dear to nationality, to the whole human race, precious to this Union, precious to democracy, unspeakably and forever precious, their first great martyr chief. End of Part 11. Part 12 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12, A Lincoln Reminiscence. Fragment by Walt Whitman. As is well known, storytelling was often with President Lincoln a weapon which he employed with great skill. Very often he could not give a point-blank reply or comment, and these indirections, sometimes funny, but not always so, were probably the best responses possible. In the gloomiest period of the war, he had a call from a large delegation of bank presidents. In the talk after business was settled, one of the big dons asked Mr. Lincoln if his confidence in the permanency of the Union was not beginning to be shaken, whereupon the homely president told a little story. "When I was a young man in Illinois," said he, "I boarded for a time with a deacon of the Presbyterian Church. One night I was aroused from my sleep by a rap at the door, and I heard the deacon's voice exclaiming, 'Arise, Abraham, the day of judgment has come!' I sprang from my bed and rushed to the window and saw the stars falling in great showers. But looking back of them in the heavens, I saw the grand old constellations with which I was so well acquainted, fixed and true in their places. Gentlemen, the world did not come to an end then, nor will the Union now." End of Part 12. Part 13 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 13, Abraham Lincoln, Essay by Walt Whitman. Glad am I to give, were anything better lacking, even the most brief and shorn testimony of Abraham Lincoln. Everything I heard about him authentically, and every time I saw him, and it was my fortune through 1862 to 65 to see or pass a word with or watch him personally, perhaps 20 or 30 times, added to and annealed my respect and love at the moment. And as I dwell on what I myself heard or saw of the mighty Westerner, and blend it with the history and literature of my age, and of what I can get of all ages, and conclude it with his death, it seems like some tragic play, superior to all else I know, vaster and fierier and more convulsionary for this America of ours than Aeschylus or Shakespeare ever drew for Athens or for England. And then the moral permeating and underlying all, the lesson that none so remote, none so illiterate, no age, no class, but may directly or indirectly read. Abraham Lincoln was really one of those characters, the best of which is the result of long trains of cause and effect, needing a certain spaciousness of time and perhaps even remoteness to properly enclose them, having unequaled influence on the shaping of this republic and therefore the world, as today and then far more important in the future. Thus the time has by no means yet come for a thorough measurement of him. Nevertheless, we who live in this era, who have seen him and heard him face to face, and are in the midst of, or just parting from, the strong and strange events which he and we have had to do with, can in some respects bear valuable, perhaps indispensable testimony concerning him. I should first like to give a very fair and characteristic likeness of Lincoln as I saw him and watched him one afternoon in Washington for nearly half an hour, not long before his death. It was as he stood on the balcony of the National Hotel, Pennsylvania Avenue, making a short speech to the crowd in front, on the occasion either of a set of new colors presented to a famous Illinois regiment, or to the daring capture by the Western men of some flags from the enemy, which latter phrase, by the way, was not used by him at all in his remarks. How the picture happened to be made I do not know, but I bought it a few days afterward in Washington, and it was endorsed by everyone to whom I showed it. Though hundreds of portraits have been made by painters and photographers, many to pass on by copies to future times, I have never seen one yet that in my opinion deserved to be called a perfectly good likeness, nor do I believe there is really such a one in existence. May I not say, too, that as there is no entirely competent and emblematic likeness of Abraham Lincoln in picture or statue, there is not, perhaps cannot be, any fully appropriate literary statement or summing up of him yet in existence. The best way to estimate the value of Lincoln is to think what the condition of America would be today if he had never lived, never been President. His nomination and first election were mainly accidents, experiments. Severely viewed, one cannot think very much of American political parties from the beginning, after the Revolutionary War, down to the present time. Doubtless, while they have had their uses, have been and are the grass on which the cow feeds, and indispensable economies of growth, it is undeniable that under flippant names they have merely identified temporary passions, or freaks, or sometimes prejudice, ignorance, or hatred. The only thing like a great and worthy idea vitalizing a party and making it heroic was the enthusiasm in '64 for re-electing Abraham Lincoln, and the reason behind that enthusiasm. How does this man compare with the acknowledged father of his country? Washington was modeled on the best Saxon, and Franklin, of the age of the Stuarts, rooted in the Elizabethan period, was essentially a noble Englishman, and just the kind needed for the occasions and times of 1776 to '83. Lincoln, underneath his practicality, was far less European, was quite thoroughly Western, original, essentially non-conventional, and had a certain sort of outdoor or prairie stamp. One of the best of the late commentators on Shakespeare, Professor Dowden, makes the height and aggregate of his quality as a poet to be that he thoroughly blended the ideal with the practical or realistic. If this be so, I should say that what Shakespeare did in poetic expression, Abraham Lincoln essentially did in his personal and official life. I should say the invisible foundations and vertebra of his character, more than any man's in history, were mystical, abstract, moral, and spiritual, while upon all of them was built, and out of all of them radiated, under the control of the average of circumstances, what the vulgar call horse sense, and a life often bent by temporary but most urgent materialistic and political reasons. He seems to have been a man of indomitable firmness, even obstinacy, on rare occasions, involving great points, but he was generally very easy, flexible, tolerant, almost slouchy, respecting minor matters. I note that even those reports and anecdotes intended to level him down, all leave the tinge of a favourable impression of him. As to his religious nature, it seems to me to have certainly been of the amplest, deepest rooted, loftiest kind. Already a new generation begins to tread the stage since the persons and events of the Succession War. I have more than once fancied to myself the time when the present century has closed and a new one opened, and the men and deeds of that contest have become somewhat vague and mythical, fancied perhaps in some great western city or group collected together, or public festival, where the days of old, of 1863 and 4 and 5, are discussed, some ancient soldier sitting in the background as the talk goes on, and betraying himself by his emotion and moist eyes, like the journeying Ithacan at the banquet of King Alcidius, when the bard sings the contending warriors and their battles on the plains of Troy. So from the sluices of Ulysses' eyes fast fell the tears, and sighs succeeded sighs. I have fancied, I say, some such venerable relic of this time of ours preserved to the next or still the next generation of America. I have fancied on such occasion the young men gathering round, the awe, the eager questions, "What! Have you seen Abraham Lincoln, and heard him speak, and touched his hand? Have you, with your own eyes, looked on Grant, and Lee, and Sherman?" Dear to democracy, to the very last, and among the paradoxes generated by America, not the least curious was that spectacle of all the kings and queens and emperors of the earth, many from remote distances, sending tributes of condolence and sorrow in memory of one raised through the commonest average of life, a rail-splitter and flat-boatman. Considered from contemporary points of view, who knows what the future may decide? And from the points of view of current democracy and the Union, the only thing like passion or infatuation in the man was the passion for the union of these states, Abraham Lincoln seems to me the grandest figure yet on all the crowded canvas of the 19th century. End of Part 13. Part 14 of Abraham Lincoln, a Commemoration by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 14. Speech to the Parliament of Great Britain, 1865, by the Right Honourable Sir George Grey. Speeches on the assassination of President Lincoln. The following speeches were delivered in the House of Commons on the 1st of May. Sir G. Grey moving, and Mr. Disraeli seconding an address to the Crown, expressing the sorrow and indignation of the House at the assassination of the President of the United States, and praying Her Majesty to convey these sentiments on the part of the House of Commons to the Government of the United States. Speech of the Right Honourable Sir George Grey, Member for Morpeth. I very much regret the unavoidable absence of my noble friend at the head of the Government, in whose name the notice was given of the motion which it now devolves upon me to ask the House to agree to. I feel, however, that it is comparatively unimportant by whom the motion is proposed, because I am confident that the address to the Crown, which I am about to ask the House to agree to, is one which will meet with the cordial and unanimous assent of all. When the news a few days ago of the assassination of the President of the United States and the attempted assassination, for I hope that we may now confidently expect that it will not be a successful attempt, of Mr. Seward, reached this country, the first impression in the mind of everyone was that the intelligence could not be true. It was hoped by everyone that persons could not be found capable of committing a crime so atrocious. When the truth was forced upon us, when we could no longer entertain any doubt as to the correctness of the intelligence, the feeling which succeeded was one of universal sorrow, horror, and indignation. It was felt as if some great calamity had befallen ourselves, for in the Civil War, the existence and the long continuance of which we have so sincerely deplored, it is well known that the government of this country, acting as I believe in accordance with the almost unanimous, or perhaps I may say in accordance with the unanimous feeling of this country, had maintained a strict and impartial neutrality. But it is notorious, and it could not in a great country like this be otherwise, that different opinions have been entertained by different persons with regard to the questions at issue between the Northern and Southern States of America. But still I believe that the sympathies of the majority of the people of this country have been with the North. I am desirous on this occasion of avoiding everything which may excite any difference of opinion. I may say, therefore, that in this free country different opinions have been entertained, and different sympathies felt, and that in this free country the freest expression has been given, as should be the case, to those differences of opinion. I am sure I shall raise no controversy when I say in the presence of that great crime which has sent a thrill of horror through every one who heard of it, all difference of opinion, all conflicting sympathies, for a moment entirely vanished. I am anxious to say at once, and I desire to proclaim that belief with the strongest confidence, that this atrocious crime was regarded by every man of influence and power in the Southern States with the same degree of horror which it excited in every other part of the world. We may therefore, and this is all I wish to say upon this subject, whatever our opinions with regard to the past, and whatever our sympathies may have been, we shall all cordially unite in expressing our abhorrence of that crime, and in rendering our sympathy to that nation which is now mourning the loss of its chosen and trustful chief, struck to the ground by the hand of an assassin, and that too at the most critical period of its history. While lamenting that war and the loss of life which it has inevitably occasioned, it is impossible, whatever our opinions or our sympathies may have been, to withhold our admiration from the many gallant deeds performed and acts of heroism displayed by both parties in the contest. And it is a matter for bitter reflection that the page of history recording such gallant achievements and such heroic deeds by men who so freely shed their blood on the battlefield in a cause which each considered right, should also be stained with the record of a crime such as we are now deploring. At length a new era appeared to be dawning on the contest between the North and the South. The time had come when there was every reason to hope that that war would speedily be brought to a close. Victory had crowned the efforts of the statesmen and the arms of the Federals, and most of us, all I hope, had turned with a feeling of some relief and some hope for the future from the record of sanguinary conflicts to that correspondence which has but recently passed between the generals commanding the hostile armies. And when we turned to Mr. President Lincoln, I should have been prepared to express a hope, indeed an expectation, and I have reason to believe that the expectation would not have been disappointed, that in the hour of victory and in the use of victory he would have shown a wise forbearance, a generous consideration, which would have added tenfold luster to the fame and reputation which he has acquired throughout the misfortunes of this war. Unhappily, the foul deed which has taken place has deprived Mr. Lincoln of the opportunity of thus adding to his well-earned fame and reputation. But let us hope, what indeed we may repeat, that the good sense and right feeling of those upon whom will devolve the most arduous and difficult duties in this juncture will lead them to respect the wishes and the memory of him whom we are all mourning, and will lead them to act in the same spirit and to follow the same counsels by which we have good reason to believe the conduct of Mr. Lincoln would have been marked had he survived to complete the work that was entrusted to him. I am only speaking the general opinion when I say that nothing could give greater satisfaction to this country than by means of forbearance, it may be of temperate conciliation, to see the Union of the North and South again accomplished, especially if it can be accomplished by common consent, freed from what hitherto constituted the weakness of that Union, the curse and disgrace of slavery. I wish it were possible for us to convey to the people of the United States an adequate idea of the depth and universality of the feeling which this sad event has occasioned in this country, that from the highest to the lowest there has been but one feeling entertained. Her Majesty's Minister at Washington will, in obedience to the Queen's command, convey to the Government of the United States the expression of the feelings of Her Majesty and of her Government upon the deplorable event, and Her Majesty, with that tender consideration which she has always evinced for sorrow and suffering in others, of whatever rank, has with her own hand written a letter to Mrs. Lincoln, conveying the heartfelt sympathy of a widow to a widow suffering under the calamity of having lost one suddenly cut off. From every part of this country, from every class, but one voice has been heard, one of abhorrence of the crime, and of sympathy for and interest in the country which has this great loss to mourn. The British residents in the United States, as of course was to be expected, lost not an hour in expressing their sympathy with the Government of the United States. The people of our North American colonies are vying with each other in expressing the same sentiments. And it is not only among men of the same race who are connected with the people of the United States by origin, language, and blood that these feelings prevail, but I believe that every country in Europe is giving expression to the same sentiments, and is sending the message to the Government of the United States. I am sure, therefore, that I am not wrong in anticipating that this House will, in the name of the people of England, of Scotland, and of Ireland, be anxious to record their expression of the same sentiment, and to have it conveyed to the Government of the United States. Of this I am confident that this House could never more fully and more adequately represent the feelings of the whole of the inhabitants of the United Kingdom than by agreeing to the address which it is now my duty to move, expressing to Her Majesty our sorrow and indignation at the assassination of the President of the United States, and praying Her Majesty that, in communicating her own sentiments to the Government of that country upon the deplorable event, she will express at the same time, on the part of this House, their abhorrence of the crime and their sympathy with the Government and the people of the United States in the deep affliction into which they have been thrown. End of Part 14. Part 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 15, Speech to Parliament, 1865, by the Right Honorable Benjamin Disraeli. There are rare instances when the sympathy of a nation approaches those tenderer feelings which are generally supposed to be peculiar to the individual, and to be the happy privilege of private life, and this is one. Under any circumstances we should have bewailed the catastrophe at Washington. Under any circumstances we should have shuddered at the means by which it was accomplished. But in the character of the victim, and even in the accessories of his last moments, there is something so homely and innocent that it takes the question, as it were, out of all the pomp of history and the ceremonial of diplomacy, It touches the heart of nations, and appeals to the domestic sentiment of mankind. Whatever the various and varying opinions of this House and in the country generally on the policy of the late President of the United States, all must agree that in one of the severest trials which ever tested the moral qualities of man, he fulfilled his duty with simplicity and strength. Nor is it possible for the people of England at such a moment to forget that he sprang from the same fatherland and spoke the same mother tongue. When such crimes are perpetrated, the public mind is apt to fall into gloom and perplexity, for it is ignorant alike of the causes and the consequences of such deeds. But it is one of our duties to reassure them under unreasoning panic and despondency. Assassination has never changed the history of the world. I will not refer to the remote past, though an accident has made the most memorable instance of antiquity at this moment fresh in the minds and memory of all around me. But even the costly sacrifice of a Caesar did not propitiate the inexorable destiny of his country. If we look to modern times, to times at least with the feelings of which we are familiar, and the people of which were animated and influenced by the same interests as ourselves, the violent deaths of two heroic men, Henry IV. of France and the Prince of Orange, are conspicuous illustrations of this truth. In expressing our unaffected and profound sympathy with the citizens of the United States on this untimely end of their elected chief, let us not therefore sanction any feeling of depression, but rather let us express a fervent hope that from out of the awful trials of the last 4 years, of which the least is not this violent demise, the various populations of North America may issue elevated and chastened, rich with the accumulated wisdom and strong in the disciplined energy which a young nation can only acquire in a protracted and perilous struggle. Then they will be enabled not merely to renew their career of power and prosperity, but they may renew it to contribute to the general happiness of mankind. It is with these feelings that I second the address to the Crown. End of Part 15. Part 16 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 16, The Emancipation Proclamation, Washington, D.C., January 1, 1863, by Abraham Lincoln. By the President of the United States of America, a Proclamation. Whereas on the 22nd day of September, A.D. 1862, a proclamation was issued by the President of the United States, containing, among other things, the following, to wit, that on the first day of January, A.D. 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. And the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons, or any of them, in any efforts they may make for their actual freedom. That the Executive will, on the first day of January aforesaid, by proclamation, designate the States and parts of States, if any, in which the people thereof, respectively, shall then be in rebellion against the United States; and the fact that any State or the people thereof shall on that day be in good faith represented in the Congress of the United States by members chosen thereto at elections wherein a majority of the qualified voters of such States shall have participated, shall, in the absence of strong countervailing testimony, be deemed conclusive evidence that such State and the people thereof are not then in rebellion against the United States. Now, therefore, I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, by virtue of the power in me vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States in time of actual armed rebellion against the authority and government of the United States, and as a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion, do, on this first day of January, A.D. 1863, and in accordance with my purpose so to do, publicly proclaimed for the full period of 100 days from the first day above mentioned, order and designate as the States and parts of States wherein the people thereof, respectively, are this day in rebellion against the United States, the following, to wit, Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, except the parishes of St. Bernard, Pauquimines, Jefferson, St. John, St. Charles, St. James, Ascension, Assumption, Terrebonne, La Fourche, St. Mary, St. Martin, and Orleans, including the city of New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, except the 48 counties designated as West Virginia, and also the counties of Berkeley, Accomack, Northampton, Elizabeth City, York, Princess Anne, and Norfolk, including the cities of Norfolk and Portsmouth, and which accepted parts are for the present left precisely as if this proclamation were not issued. And by virtue of the power and for the purpose aforesaid, I do order and declare that all persons held as slaves within said designated States and parts of States are and henceforward shall be free, and that the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authorities thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of said persons. And I hereby enjoin upon the people so declared to be free to abstain from all violence, unless in necessary self-defense. And I recommend to them that in all case when allowed, they labor faithfully for reasonable wages. And I further declare and make known that such persons of suitable condition will be received into the armed service of the United States to garrison forts, positions, stations, and other places, and to man vessels of all sorts in said service. And upon this act, sincerely believed to be an act of justice, warranted by the Constitution upon military necessity, I invoke the considerate judgment of mankind and the gracious favor of Almighty God. End of Emancipation Proclamation. Part 17 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 17. The Gettysburg Address, given November 19, 1863, on the battlefield near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, by Abraham Lincoln. 87 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that this nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. End of the Gettysburg Address. Part 18 of Abraham Lincoln, A Commemoration by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 18, the Second Inaugural Address, Washington, D.C., March 4, 1865, by Abraham Lincoln. Fellow countrymen, at this second appearing to take the oath of the presidential office, there is less occasion for an extended address than there was at the first. Then a statement, somewhat in detail, of a course to be pursued, seemed fitting and proper. Now, at the expiration of 4 years, during which public declarations have been constantly called forth on every point and phase of the great contest which still absorbs the attention and engrosses the energies of the nation, little that is new could be presented. The progress of our arms, upon which all else chiefly depends, is well known to the public as to myself, and it is, I trust, reasonably satisfactory and encouraging to all. With high hope for the future, no prediction in regard to it is ventured. On the occasion corresponding to this 4 years ago, all thoughts were anxiously directed to an impending civil war. All dreaded it, all sought to avert it. While the inaugural address was being delivered from this place, devoted altogether to saving the Union without war, insurgent agents were in the city seeking to destroy it without war, seeking to dissolve the Union and divide effects by negotiation. Both parties deprecated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than let it perish. And the war came. 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was, somehow, the cause of the war. To strengthen, perpetuate, and extend this interest was the object for which the insurgents would rend the Union, even by war, while the government claimed no right to do more than to restrict the territorial enlargement of it. Neither party expected for the war the magnitude or the duration which it has already attained. Neither anticipated that the cause of the conflict might cease with, or even before, the conflict itself should cease. Each looked for an easier triumph, and a result less fundamental and astounding. Both read the same Bible and pray to the same God, and each invokes His aid against the other. It may seem strange that any men should dare to ask a just God's assistance in wringing their bread from the sweat of other men's faces, but let us judge not, that we be not judged. The prayers of both could not be answered. That of neither has been answered fully. The Almighty has His own purposes. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come. But woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. If we shall suppose that American slavery is one of those offenses which, in the providence of God, must needs come, but which, having continued through His appointed time, He now wills to remove, and that He gives to both North and South this terrible war as the woe due to those by whom the offense came, shall we discern therein any departure from those divine attributes which the believers in a living God always ascribe to Him? Fondly do we hope, fervently do we pray, that this mighty scourge of war may speedily pass away. Yet if God wills that it continue until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn by the lash shall be paid by another drawn with the sword, as it was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work which we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. End of the Second Inaugural Address.